2018, 2021 to 2022. I think that's the audit query, which one went to defend it, the governor went to defend the Senate. But that particular one, I have no answer as per now.
So
Do you access?
Honorable Locales, you're telling this committee that you have other audit queries apart from the one Honorable Locales is raising?
Yes.
Now you said you are aware. Could you kindly answer Honorable Locales' question that you have other audit queries, and which are these?
As I said, we had other audit queries that the governor went.
We represent the Baringo County Assembly and Baringo County at large. Kindly highlight those audit queries.
You know, it were not particular audit queries from the Department of Water. There were so many other audit queries running across the other departments. I know this one that Locales has answered, but it was cleared by the governor at the Senate. The one for fuel.
So that I may get some more clarification from Mr. Tamar. The bulk purchase of fuel that you centrally do in Cabernet, why is it that you centralize your fuel of machines in Cabernet? Why are you not doing per sub-county and give the mandate sub-county engineers or works officers to manage those fuel, especially for the machines and for rigs within that county? Because there are a lot of, this only 151 million was specifically for the rig. 151.9 million was a bulk fuel paid for the rig. And there was nothing to indicate any other, there were no voucher to show that you bought cases. There was nothing to show that this is the schedule. There were no even indication that these are number of boreholes that were used by this 151 million drilled this number of boreholes. Can you maybe tell this committee?
Mheshimiwa, you know, the people who are doing business for fuel or petrol station, they must pre-qualify themselves with the county. So we cannot push. We cannot say we take fuel, let's say to Marigat, and we don't have someone who had pre-qualified himself in the county. So that's why we find if it is Robis that has pre-qualified themselves in the here in Baringo, but in Cabernet, that's why we put all our fuel here.
I think you are misleading the House. The Department of Roads, I am vice chair in Eldama Ravine, they have. In Mogotio, they have. In Marigat, they have. In Kabartonjo, they have. In Tiati. Why is it not in water department? Is water a special department that they should only take fuel from Cabernet?
The machines are always here in Cabernet. The rig, I know you are talking about the rig and the TPU. They are always in Cabernet. So they are always fuel here as they go. We normally take fuel. We have a vehicle that takes fuel to Mochongoi so that they can fuel the TPU or the rig. That's why they are always stationed in Cabernet.
Okay, that's right. They are stationed here. They take fuel from here. Is that not wastage? Cabernet, is it not a waste? You are wasting another fuel from Cabernet instead of taking it from Marigat. And for your information, do you know that there is no fuel, there is no vehicle taking fuel? It is the same lorry going back to bring fuel. The same lorry that takes cases. I have a witness. I am a witness to it. It drills some boreholes in Tirioko. And when fuels finish, the same lorry is recalled to come all the way from Tirioko to Cabernet to collect the fuel from Cabernet and take it to Tirioko. Is that not a waste?
That you are saying, but I can say for free that there was a vehicle that brought fuel to the rig when it was doing in Tirioko.
And do you confirm that the lorry came back to take the fuel from Cabernet?
Yes, they said it came back to take fuel from Cabernet.
Is that not a waste?
Could be, could be.
That's why, what are you doing to reduce those?
Honorable Locales, I think you've made it.
I want him to end so that I want CEC to finalize and give assurance of what is going to do to rectify this anomaly.
Chair,
Honorable Locales, I would have wanted him to finish so that I move to you guys submitting, to members submitting to Honorable Locales questions.
maybe in comparison, I wanted the CEC to answer maybe particularly the issue of audit so much. But Chair, if I may, you may give me some indulgence to inform my colleague here, Honorable Locales, that the operation of the fuel that is stationed in sub-counties, every sub-county, or some of them, most of the sub-counties have road machinery in their sub-counties. That is why they procure their fuels in closer to their proximity. But for this one, for the rig, I think it is centralized here in Cabernet. So I think that is the difference only. Maybe right, but the problem is CEC. You want to say the 151 million, the bulk, that fuel, the bulk fuel. Do you want to say that you are not aware?
Thank you, Mr. Engwa. I cannot say I'm not aware because I know there are some words that are put to fuel as fuel in the words.
Not even in the words. Are you not aware of the audit query of 151 million for fuel?
That's why I said earlier, I cannot, I'm not into, I cannot be able to answer that. Why should I say something that I'm not certain? So I don't have the facts.
Honorable Sharon, I'm giving you an opportunity and let's be specific on the casual issues.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I was also going to, I'm going to specifically go to issues of casual workers. And particularly, I want to ask on those people who are working with our rigs. How much was the rig? How much did we purchase the rig for? Does it have an insurance? You can give an approximate amount.
I think I'll give Kalanya to answer that kindly.
As I'm aware, the rig costed 60 million.
60 million.
That is inclusive the drilling rig.
Yes.
And its components, it has accessories.
Okay, 60 million.
Support track.
Okay.
And test pumping unit.
All right.
So those included, 3 of them costed 60 million.
When did you purchase the machine?
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And these casual workers, were the volunteers, they started volunteering when?
They started volunteering as from July 2020.
July 2020.
And some have been
So
coming,
we could
going.
not even operate the rig without the volunteers?
We cannot operate without, because if at all I'm to operate the rig myself,
No.
I cannot, for
yeah.
example, because I'm trained to operate.
It's okay. It's okay. I
So
just want us to just answer my questions.
Yes.
Today, I just want us to be very specific and we move on so quickly.
Okay.
So these people, they've been operating the rig since 2020, June.
Yeah,
2020, June.
July.
How do you give them some stipends?
At times, sometimes, let me be honest.
Kalanya, don't give stories. She's just asked. I'm requesting you kindly, just follow her. Let me guide you so that we finish very fast.
Yeah.
Just follow what she's asking and be straightforward so that we finish faster.
It's true.
Okay. They're given some stipends. We've had some.
Don't digress on the questions of other members. Let's stick to their members who have
All right.
those.
Okay. Let me just leave it at that. But these casual workers, they've been operating. They've been volunteering up until when as volunteers?
They volunteered until last year, when now we started engaging on casual basis.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know whether whether in this county, do you know whether we have a policy on volunteerism, on people who are working as volunteers?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
Yes.
To you, does it make sense for someone to volunteer for 5 years?
It's not worth.
It's not making sense. Yeah. But you agree with me that they've been paid time after time, payment.
Yes.
And also, they've been working continually for 5 years. Like, January to December with no break. They usually work.
Normally, always there's a break because at times we don't have fuel.
Okay, but
At
they
times
work.
We don't have, they work.
They work.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you.
Basis.
But
Please,
they usually
please, Waziri, be on record.
need basis.
Yeah, I'm saying the way Klein has just said, on need basis, maybe they have a ball they want to go and drill, they are called. But when there's no ball that is being drilled or there's no test pumping,
Stipend that they usually get. How do you requisition for the money?
And on that note as well, you tell us whether you pay them through the bank account or cash.
For example, the stipends which you normally pay them, I normally get.
Mr. Klanya, kindly go close to your mic because you're on record.
Okay, I normally, whenever we get money for supervision, I normally omit my money just to pay them because they've been.
Did you just say you commit your money?
I commit
Your personal money?
My supervision money, not my own personal money.
Kilana, is it true that you usually do imprest on behalf of these casual workers?
I did twice.
You did twice.
2020.
So you go do an imprest on their behalf, and then you get the money, and then you pay them through M-Pesa.
Yes. No, not through
Is that-
M-Pesa.
We know we have M-Pesa messages that usually pay them through M-Pesa sometimes. Are you the supervisor?
I'm the supervisor.
You pay them through M-Pesa sometimes.
It's not necessarily me paying all of them, but at times the director pays or the chief officer.
Mr. Klanya, but you're committing to this house that you take interest for them.
I've taken twice, 2021 to 2022.
Kindly provide the house with those vouchers. And you're confirming to this house that you pick from the bank and you give them cash or through M-Pesa.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
And is this stipend standardized?
It is not standardized
Why?
because, for example, the driller has more experience. We normally give him, if at all it's 50,000, for example, per borehole. That's allowance per borehole. We normally give the driller maybe 15,000, and then the rest we distribute amongst themselves.
Okay, where did you get the policy that you can pay this one this month?
But
Yes,
there's no policy.
there's no policy.
We only sat
Thank
down
you.
with them.
Thank you so much.
Some clarification from Klanya. I've heard you say like 50,000 per ball. I want you to tell this committee how much is the supervision money per borehole when one ball is drilled up to completion. How much is the supervision money that is paid to you and the rig operators?
For supervision, we normally paid, for example, if it is a borehole in Tirioko, for example, and it's given to a contractor, we are normally given 100,000. That 100,000, if subdivided, it goes to the supervisor, sub-county.
How many people are sharing this money?
Around 4 people.
Around 4 people.
Yes.
Who are these?
Inspector.
How much are they given?
You're the supervisor, you cannot tell
How much
me.
is
I
it?
can
Yeah.
Honorable Locales, let him give you the number because
Yes,
he's the
I want
supervisor.
very clear.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you normally do,
How much is the inspection team given in that 100,000?
20%.
20%.
Yes.
Let's calculate. That is 20,000.
Yes.
20,000.
Sub-county water officer,
Sub-county water officer,
10%.
10% of the 100, that is 10,000.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And then supervisor takes
Supervisor,
the 50%.
50%.
Yeah.
That supervisor alone
Yes.
takes 50,000.
Yes.
And then operators,
I'm talking in supervisor is me.
Thank you.
so operators now, we go number 4. This is inspectors, inspection team, number 1. That is 20,000. Sub-county water team, that is 10,000.
10,000.
Supervisor, 50,000. Operators, now give me, how my operators are taking 20,000.
This
That's
one-
according to the mathematics.
Honorable Locales,
I'm trying-
welcome back, Mr. Chebwarwa, and kindly table your document. And if you have the number, Mr. Klanya, if you have the number, you just submit to this house so that we continue.
I was able to get to the internet and retrieve my number.
Yes. Proceed.
Number is B
B
182
182
83.
83.
Yes.
Okay. Chair.
Thank you, Chepwarwa. Honorable Lokales, wind up with.
Let me wind up
Kilanya.
with the Mr. Kilanya Gideon. Mr. Kilanya, according to the calculation you have given this house, you have said the inspection team is taking 20,000. That's 20%.
Yes.
Sub-county water team is taking 10,000.
10,000.
That's 10%, that's 10,000.
Yes.
Supervisor is taking 50%, that is 50,000.
Yes.
And then operators are taking 20,000.
I didn't mention operator because this is
The remaining money, of course, is 20,000 from the 100,000.
the 20,000 remaining now goes direct to the office for administration.
To the office. So how much are you paying the operators?
This one is purely contracted borehole, not using county rig to be on record.
Oh, yes.
This is not.
You want to
yeah.
tell this house that all the jobs that was done by the county rig were contracted?
No, I didn't mean that one. I meant before we engaged. At times, some ward normally have their money above 2 million. They normally say I need to go through a contractor.
That is okay.
Yeah, that is done now. The money I'm mentioning, the 100,000.
Give me, for example, for a rig of 1 million drilling, how much county rig? How much are you taking from it for the entire process of supervision?
County rig, I normally take nothing, completely zero.
So 1
I
million.
normally use my.
So 1 million. 1 million
goes to casings.
goes to what?
Goes to casings.
Yes.
Goes to drilling form. Goes to gravel.
And the operators?
Operators now, director normally looks a way of how to handle it.
How is that being done?
I think director can answer that one.
Okay, let us hold that question, madam, until we reach that question. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Ngatie, I would like you to proceed so that we don't digress on other members' questions. Then we proceed to support Honorable Lokales and Honorable Ngatie questions. Thank you.
Okay. On that supplementary concerning what Honorable Sharon had asked, I just wanted to inquire whether when you get this money, when you pay your staff, do they sign for? Say you have given them 15,000, do they sign, the operator signs that he or she has received 20,000? Do you have that, the documentation as a proof that they received the same?
Mr. Kilanya,
We normally, there's no specific place where we normally sign,
It is a gentleman's agreement.
for sure.
Okay. So
proceed, Honorable Ngatie.
still on your staff, you know this work of drilling involves a lot of machinery, heavy machinery, with sharp drilling pits and other components which are sometimes can be dangerous to those people who handle. Do you have any plan, like say, in case of injury, there is an insurance for the same? That is to the Wasiri.
Thank you. I think I had mentioned earlier, that's why last year, from July, we had to formalize, because we saw it was a risk. That's why we had to engage the county secretary so that we could formalize those who have been volunteering to be casual, so that even they can get medical, they can get insurance, they can pay accordingly, and that's what we did since last year, July.
Thank you. Now, that brings me to this question. In that course of operation, have you had any staff injured?
Yeah, there are some who have been injured earlier.
How many?
I think let me give Kalancha to mention that.
Okay.
Initially, 2 staff have been injured on
Okay.
line of duty.
Okay, kindly name them.
Amos Cesaro and Alex Rotuno. Amos was injured in Bartabo ward.
Amos,
Amos Cesaro.
where? Which part of his body?
2 fingers, if I'm not.
Cut off.
Cut off, yeah.
2 fingers.
2 fingers.
Okay, what about the other one is?
The other one is Alex Rotuno. He was injured in Kaptarakwa. That is Koipatek ward. That one, I personally took initiative. I used my money. I took him to the hospital, and then we gave him a sick off at least.
What about Amos?
Amos, director handled him because we brought him to Kipsaraman, and then director gave us a vehicle which brought him to referral hospital Cabernet.
Okay. Now,
Honorable Ngachie, let me interject because we had some issues. You want to confirm to this house?
I've not completed.
The one for payment of his, the one for the payment that he has confirmed that he paid for him.
No, I've not completed.
Okay.
You've told us that you made plans that in case there is an injury, these people are compensated. Am I right?
I didn't mention the issue of compensation. I said we had to formalize last year so that we can give these guys a medical, at least they can have insurance. And because we did not have a budget line. So since last year, July, we started doing things rightly. But back then, they were just a gentleman agreement, as you said. They were just working like that.
So you mean you didn't have any budget of compensating those people, no, if not even compensating, taking were not compensated?
Yes.
Did you in any way, make any report in your maybe quarterly report or yearly report that you've used some, made any, maybe in any report, your official report?
No, we didn't, because these guys are not county staff, and there's no way we could have done any report that we are able to compensate them or do that.
So what happens to them? Because maybe they have used some money in maybe going to hospital, they have spent a lot of money. Have you done anything? Maybe talk with them that if money are available, we'll refund what you have used in...
Engaging them closely.
Okay. Just to support what Wasiri has responded to, the officer, the casual, Amos Cesaro, lost his 2 fingers when he was a mere person who was...
Don't use that, Mayor, please withdraw.
Okay, I withdraw.
Okay.
Volunteering, was volunteering. And because I was tight, being an officer in the department, I tried to get a vehicle from the office. I contacted the supervisor and sent the vehicle to Kipsaraman to pick that gentleman. We took him to the hospital, and personally, I took charge of the expenses. And to add on that, because he lost his 2 fingers, he could not feed himself for quite some time. I took it upon myself to host him in my house. I had a 2-bedroom house in Cabernet rented. I gave him a room with everything, beddings, food, for about 6 months until he was fully recovered.
Okay. That was kind of you, Director. But how are you going to compensate them since they've lost, he lost his 2 fingers while in official duties? Is he working at the moment?
Yes, he's working. First of all, it was difficult to begin issues of compensation when he was just a volunteer. And therefore, for the past 2 years, we've been trying to put in a budget for casuals.
So in that budget, will you consider him, since you have agreed that he was injured while working for us?
In the budget that we are struggling is to ensure that we have a budget for engagement of casuals.
Okay. So I don't want to labor further for that. But I want to ask another question. Do you have safety uniforms for your workers, especially the one who are dealing with the drilling and so forth? Kilanya?
A uniform.
Their own.
What we only bought is only gumboots.
So don't you see that we are not fair to these people? They get injured, no compensation. They don't have safety boots or all those things, and they don't get well paid, actually.
It's true. I agree, because
So,
our team is
Waziri, what do you have in future that you are going to put in order all these things, which are not in order, actually?
Mheshimiwa, that's why I said earlier, that's why we have to put a budget line so that we can be paying this guy consistently, so that we can also buy their equipments. They can be earning salary every month, and that's why we started, because we did not have a ban, be paying them promptly each month.
Chair, I'm done.
Honorable Laengo.
Thank you, Chair. We have machines. These are machines that were bought in the year 2020. Is that true? Now, when the county was planning to purchase this rig and the assortment worth 60 million, you brought in machines worth 60 million, no labor. Were these machines coming so that after being purchased, they would just come and operate themselves? Why have we taken up to 2020, up to date, there is no substantive employee operating these machines be happening? In Waziri, maybe after you came in, you took over. I mean, what did you not even realize that there is some lapse? So that you would even, because why are we prioritizing other employment in other departments, leaving a serious department that has a machine is worth 60 million? God forbid, if one of those machines, because I believe they are insured, if it gets accident, will we get some beyond record, Waziri?
No.
So up to today, we are risking taxpayers' money worth 60 million by using strangers. I think up to today, there are strangers operating our machines. Are we fair? Thank you, Chair.
Interject, and then we finish so that you make your submissions and we close that part. Honorable Sialo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Waziri and your team, I think we need to be honest. This is a very serious meeting. This is a serious committee. And it's not in order for you to take us in circles. Waziri, you said these people were just volunteers. And at some point you said you gave them contract beginning last year. So it is not true that these people are volunteers. These are your staff, right? Waziri?
I said earlier they were volunteers until last year, July, when we started formalizing things properly.
So,
But going back, they were volunteers.
so as we speak, they're supposed to get their salaries? They're
Yes.
supposed to get their allowances?
Yes, yes.
Medical covers?
Yes.
So why not? Why are they not receiving them?
I think this is an issue that we have been pushing so much. We have pushed through the county secretary. I think it went to the board, and then things started hanging there. So it stayed there. We are unable to push from there.
Waziri, you've said, I think this was the director who said this, that when the two staff got injured, they were not employees of the county. So they were not supposed to be compensated, right?
Be on record, yes. Be on record. Because they are not They have got no legal engagement.
So they were not supposed to be compensated.
We didn't have any backup. Now we can compensate them.
Okay, Director, are you aware that there were funds, 4.8 million, that was paid for injury compensation by the county, your department?
I'm not aware.
Well, Director, let's be serious. This is serious business. The auditor himself raised this issue through the audit queries. 4.5 million. It was even in the Gazette that 4.8 million was paid as injury compensation for 2 staff. Let me remind you, I'm the chair of Public Accounts and Investment Committee. And I have all the audit queries pertaining to water department. So where did the 4.8 million went? Who was paid without even a court award? There was no court award awarding a particular person 4.8 or both of them 4.8 million. So who was paid 4.8 million?
I'm not aware of that 4.8 million. In fact, I'm hearing from you primarily right now.
Madam Chair, I think this department are not, we should even chase them here.
Honorable Sialo, on that case, because Waziri is in charge, are you aware of such a case?
I'm not aware. I'm hearing for the first time.
Honorable Sialo, proceed with that matter to the end so that, because they've already taken an oath, we will follow it up. Proceed.
I'm really wondering if you guys are always in office. In fact, there are complaints that...
Honorable Sialo, you're the chair, PICPAC.
Yes.
Is there such a matter in your reports?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
That was an audit query that was raised by the auditor. And I'm shocked that the department are not even aware.
Waziri, are you aware that that same issue was on the dailies?
No, I'm not aware.
So, Madam Chair, you see, this is a department that I'm really wondering what they are doing in office. I mean, these gentlemen are doing in office. They do not know where, about the audit query of 151 million. They are not aware. Now, this is another audit query concerning the department, and they are not even aware again. Okay.
Because it's a house of rules and procedure, Honorable Sialo, and those are matters that takes us back to the house. You know, we are just, it's procedural motion that we are doing in this house, and we represent the house at large. Waziri, you should be clear on this matter because you are unanswered, and we'll still come back to your books, Waziri. And take it serious, Waziri. You know what happens when you lie to the house. Can I rule, Madam Chair, Honorable Locales, yes, before I rule, if it's still in the same question,
the same thing.
Please do submissions.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I want to bring to your attention, this is the report of the Auditor General. In Baringo County, the Auditor General stated that 25 million was paid in the form of salaries to employees outside the Integrated Personal Payroll Data, IPPD, while another sum of 4.8 million was paid to 2 employees as injury benefit without being supported by court awards. And the Auditor General proceeded to say, the auditor further states that the county government, Department of Transport and Infrastructure, and Water and Irrigation irregularly spent 151 million for the purchase of bulk fuel for machinery used in road construction and water projects. The expenditure was not supported by the list of specific roads or projects and kilometers worked on, list of vehicles, equipment used, work tickets, daily utilities, schedules showing date and hours worked, details, orders, fuel register, supplier statement, the report states. So the two issues.
Honorable Locales,
Yes.
we hear you, and Honorable Sialo made the points well, and you've supported. I just want Waziri to be clear on this issue. You know what happened in our assembly when you lie to the house and the issues are factual. You know what always happened, Waziri. So I want you to be clear to this committee. This is a committee which represents the 45 members of Baringo County Assembly. I just want you to be clear. Are you aware of those issues? So that when I make ruling in this house, you don't come back, Waziri, denying
Madam Chair, I think you should
your
also-
issues. Let me allow him, Honorable Sialo, to respond to your issues again. I'm giving him a chance so that we make a ruling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Waziri, are you ready to take responsibility of this? In case we find out.
Honorable Sialo, that is the issue. That is what I'm saying as the chair. We are making a ruling, and those are the responsibilities we are talking about. And to be clear, Waziri, and I want you people to know that the members are asking issues in good faith without no malice. And you know what happened when you lie to the assembly, the 45 members of us, and you have the mandate of the people of Baringo County to deal with any member who want to lie to the whole county that he doesn't know the issues. And Honorable Sialo is the chair, PICPAC, and he has your issues at hand. And I don't want, because Waziri, we've been looking at many issues of water, and I want one of these to be a lesson to each and every employee to this Baringo County. Honorable Sialo, you confirm to this house that those issues are there in the books.
Yes, Madam Chair, those are the audit queries.
Waziri, you confirm to this house that the issues raised by Honorable Sialo are not true. Say yes or no.
I've not said it's not true.
Waziri, say yes or no. And if it's true that they are there, you confirm to this house that you provide your documentation, then this committee will look at your issues and take the way forward. Thank you.
Chair, you remember I said earlier, I understand the audit queries, but I don't have the fact or I don't have the documentation to show this and this and this. That's why I said I'm not in a position to answer at this time.
Thank you, Waziri. So you are saying the issues are there, but you're going to provide documentation.
Yeah, we have to go and sit down.
Thank you so much, Waziri. Sialo, you can see the judgment. Let's proceed to the next question.
Thank you. Waziri and Director, are you aware that the county government of Baringo budgeted for 3 million for the employment of the rig operators, drillers, and up to now you've not employed them?
Thank you, Honorable Sialo. This is an issue. In fact, when department, we made a request that we need, as you said, we need rig operators. We made a request, and you can remember the time that we got, the department was given, were given some employees. We, in fact, personally, and the director and the CEO, we really pushed the current casual to be taken as staff, but we were unable to push because it went to the service board, but some other people were employed. But we really pushed for these casuals to be taken as the staff, but they were never taken.
I think, Chairman, you've not answered my question. I said there were funds budgeted for the employment in the budget. And as we speak, you've not employed them. So where are these funds? And why didn't the department employ these persons?
Sial, I think I said, Honorable Sial, I said, when they were employing, we have some staff who have been employed. We have technician, electrical technician, we have hydrologists who are employed and others. But when they were being employed, we push the current casuals who are the rig operators to be employed, but they were never taken. There were other people who were employed.
Madam Chair will guide us on that. Another question is about the machines, the rigs.
Honorable Sialo, on that point, after that you finish, I was giving to Honorable Sharon because you're enriching Honorable Locales issues. Thank you, Honorable Sharon. Please take up the mic.
I want us, that point of Cialo, so you want to say
Honorable Sharon,
Yes.
I would want you to stick to your points so that you proceed when Honorable Wesley Lekakimon will proceed with Honorable Sialo. Honorable Aengo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll proceed to ask Waziri and his team. When was the casuals paid their last pay?
They received the payments for 2 months, that is July and August.
And you kept them contracts, so not contracts, but yeah, contracts. You say 3 months, 3 months from last July.
Yes, we did. It was supposed to be renewable after every 3 months.
For how many months?
To be renewable after every 3 months.
I mean, the number of contracts you have given so far.
We had, there was one from July, August, and September.
Yes.
And then from October, November, December.
Yes.
And the one for January, February, March.
You have signed, they have already signed for January, February, and March.
The one I'm aware is for July, August, and September last year.
And today you haven't contract so far, after expiry of the 2.
Currently, we have not signed any contracts.
Up to today.
We signed 2 contracts with 3 months up to September, and then another one to December.
From January up to date, they are operating the machines. Am I right?
Yes, you are right.
They are operating without any contract. Yes or no?
Yes.
They signed, I'm going back, they signed for 2 contracts of 6 months total. Did you pay for the entire 6 months?
We have paid 2 months already.
Was there a budget for the 6 months? Because when you are giving somebody a contract, I assume there is already a budget for the 6 months they signed the contract. Was there any budget for the 6 months?
Yes, there was a budget.
Why have you not paid them for the 6 months? Because you said you paid for the 2. Balance is 4. January up to now, that one is now unknown. So what happened with the 4 months?
We did our part as a department in providing documentations for payments.
So who sat on the budget or on the salary of the casual workers? Who is to be blamed? Is it still the same water department?
As a department, we did our part.
Who is to be blamed? I don't want to give you a leading answer. I want you to tell us, if you played your role in maybe documenting, then who failed to pay them? Who shall we take into account?
While following up with their payments up to the Treasury, we got information that the Public Service Board was supposed to provide a letter so that they can be paid.
So, so that I want to give to my, actually, Anyway, Chair, thank you.
Honorable Sharon Keter.
Okay. My question is specifically to be answered by the CCM in charge of that department, and I want to know your role. What is your role when it comes to the procedure of recruitment of casual workers in Baringo? Your role?
Advisory.
Advisory, please expound a bit.
We sit down as a department, we see the gaps,
Okay.
and then we advise the county secretary, who normally advise the board.
Okay. So for this particular, the casual workers that you have so far, you said you have how many? 30?
That one.
31. So you sat down as a board and you wrote to the CS that you needed these people to be employed because you had seen there's a gap, right?
Yes.
That is the procedure. You sit down in the department too, and who do you usually sit down?
We have the department Chirac.
Chirac?
Yes,
Chirac?
the human resource, the director, Klanya, I, and the CEO.
Okay.
Yes.
For the advisory that you did you do it in writing?
Yes, we did.
Could you be having it there?
Yes, we have the letters.
Do you want to submit before this honorable committee so that you can have it as evidence?
Yes.
Chair, I request you, Honorable Chair, I request you to have the CCM table the list, the request that he has been making to the CS.
Please, Waziri, proceed and table your list of the casual workers.
Have you submitted yet?
Waziri, we don't receive documents that are not signed nor stamped. Kindly do the proper documentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
We are guided.
Okay.
And I will allow you to bring the documents in the afternoon. As I retain these ones, please sign your documents.
I think they were signed by the CEO. Kindly.
Waziri, it's you, Waziri, who is presenting your documents. So kindly sign your documents in the afternoon and please forward it to the House.
Okay, thank you. Well guided.
Okay. Confirm to me that there are no policies guiding issues of casual workers, specifically in Baringo County. Or if you are aware of any such policy, please let us know.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
Yes.
And as you sit down and is the CCM in charge of that department, do you think that is abnormally?
Yeah, I agree.
It's an abnormality.
There should be a policy guiding on casuals and contractual staff.
Exactly. And let me ask you, these people that they've been operating a rig for 5 years right now, you agree that they've been getting stipends. So to you, what is the definition of a volunteer? Who is a volunteer?
A volunteer is, I can say, someone who want to do something without without payment.
Okay, so if they've come in as volunteers and you're giving them stipends, would I be right to say that you already, now that they were getting stipends when they work, then automatically you had made them casual workers 5 years ago? Would I be wrong saying that? And remember, a volunteer is someone who works freely. And for volunteer, even for internship, how long can someone work for?
1 year.
1 year. So these people have worked how many years?
I think more than 5.
Getting stipends? And I don't want the director to... Honestly, you'll make the CCM look like he doesn't know what he's doing and he's in charge of that department. Allow him to answer questions. How long have they been working?
The They have been volunteering for a period.
They've been volunteering for 5 years, but getting payments.
I can say it's a gentleman agreement.
In a public office, is there anything that you can call a gentleman agreement?
You know,
When you're operating public funds, you want to say gentleman agreements?
I think if Honorable Sharon,
Yes.
if you can remember what Klanya said.
Waziri, be guided that you are addressing Honorable Sharon through the chair.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Through the Chair, thank you, Honorable Sharon. You remember what Klanya said earlier?
Yes.
That he used his own supervision money to pay them.
Okay, this supervision money, what is the money for? Is it for you to just determine how you're going to use it? Mr. Please proceed with that. You can just wake up and decide today, I want to use this money to do that, to do this, to pay people. Is that how you use public funds?
No.
No?
Yes.
Was there I want us to be very clear. If they are casual workers, you just say they are casual workers. Only that they were drawing their money out of the supervision money.
No, these are people with, some of them are families. They also need to hit something. So
Exactly.
with, as a parent or as a colleague,
Exactly.
I normally see that I forego
I
this
agree.
amount to assist them.
We agree. There are people with families, and the reason why we are sitting here today is the committee.
Yes,
The reason why we are sitting here is because they've not been paid for so many months.
exactly.
So I want to ask you, when you pay them, is it are you using the public funds the way it's supposed to be when you're calling them volunteers, or you just want to call them casual workers because they were getting money?
They had not been engaged as casuals, so
You
they
know,
were just volunteers.
Let me just inform you that for casual workers, you don't need an agreement for you to say you're a casual worker. As long as this person come and work and provide service and is getting payment on a daily. For example, when they go and drill a borehole, do they usually get payment out of that particular work?
They
Do
don't
they?
get. They don't. So I normally, these are heavy gadgets, for example, drilling rods. So they need something to eat for
Okay.
them to enable them.
So you're
to-
only
to
paying them
perform
for
the work.
eating, for money for lunch?
I normally use my own money for lunch.
Mr. Klanya, you want to tell this house that you go draw your salary and
I don't.
pay.
I use the supervision fee, not my salary.
How do you account for that money? Because I'm aware, while we are doing our own fact finding, that you can wake up one morning and say you are giving them 20,000. How are you accounting that money yourself? I want you to submit to the house that voucher, and now you distribute money to these people. Because I believe, Honorable Sharon, these casual workers or the volunteers need to get justice. By the look of things, these casual workers or the volunteers are not getting the right share of their money. You can imagine a whole project of 1 million and they are only paid 20,000. So, Honorable Sharon, I would want you to wind up so that we make a ruling over that issue.
All right. Let me just help you. You know, you don't want to actually corner yourself. I don't want you to corner yourself, and I don't want the department to try and evade issues. These are people who are getting money on a daily. When they go and operate a borehole, they're given money. And already we've told you, a volunteer is someone who works without pay, totally. So if you're using public funds to pay them, then we can say legally those are casual workers. And that one I leave at that. But I want to go to the director, who is the director of water. I have a question, and it touches on general employment matters regarding your own employment. Do you have any letter that has put you as a director in that department?
Yes, I have.
Who gave you the letter, and when did you get yourself there?
The Public Service Board,
When?
2019.
2019.
Yes.
So you have that particular letter. You can produce to us probably by 2?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can. Okay.
Honorable Sharon, in 2019, did you have a sitting board in 2019? Mr. Chebarwa, who exactly gave you the letter?
I went through the right procedure of interview by the Public Service Board.
In 2019?
Yes.
Thank you.
2018.
Okay.
Then I got into employment in 2019.
All right.
Thank you
My
for your
last question.
corrections.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. When you're employing these casual workers, for example, these casual workers that you have, are these people who are already there in the system, or you are getting them and recruiting them afresh? And how do you ensure that there's a transparency in that process of recruitment of casual workers? That one is to the CCM.
As I said, we look at the gaps. If we need, we find people who have the knowledge, maybe the people have the knowledge for the rig or TPU, or those who have the knowledge for being a plumber, so we pick them from there.
Okay. Yes. And lastly, this advisory that you did to the board, was it to the CS saying that we want to absorb these casual workers to employment permanently in Baringo? And then there was already a budget in that line. Is that what you've said?
I said that there was a period the department requested for employees, and they were employed because we had a budget.
And this one for the rig workers, the one that have been operating the rig?
We did not, going back from July last year, we did not have a budget, but from July last year, we got a budget.
Okay, and then what happened in regards to the rig workers? Did you do any advisory?
Yes, we did.
You need them clearly.
Yes, they're there, and we did an advisory to the CS.
And then what happened after that?
That's why we had to formalize properly from July last year, so that they can be taken as purely casuals and given a contract within every 3 months.
Okay, CCM, you operate a very serious department. Do you think it is properly in law for you to give an agreement? Number one, I've told you a casual worker works on a daily basis, given a daily wage, and they go. But if you give them a monthly salary, automatically, what does that mean?
They become like they are contracted in the department.
If you give them, so are these people casual workers or are under contract?
Through the chair,
Yes.
Honorable Sharon, just a discussion we had, these people are volunteering. But from last year, July, we wrote to the CS.
I know the story, and that's why I'm asking you.
Yes.
This 3 months agreement that you've now renewed twice.
Yes.
Is it a casual? Number one, I've already told you that you can never have an agreement on casual workers, because these are people who are not even working continually for 30 days. But if they are coming and they are drawing salary monthly, they are considered as employees. So don't you think you're actually putting the entire county on the spot because of your advisory? You cannot give a 3 months agreement on a casual worker.
I agree with you.
That is a mistake?
But
it's a mistake.
I think there was a discussion, I'm not certain, but there's a discussion that the CS was discussing with the Public Service Board, so that these people can be taken as contractual staff, other than doing as casuals.
And when you're saying that you think these are people who are working under your department, are you not part and parcel of the conversation?
I do.
So there's a plan to make them contractual?
Yes.
And even right now, as they work as casual workers, do they have NSS? Are you paying for their NSSF?
That's the engagement that we started last year, July.
Oh, so you've started paying their NSSF?
Yes, from
and
the...
SHA?
No, we have not, because we have not paid.
Why would you pay
As you
NSSF
said,
and
as-
leave
Honorable
SHA?
Sharon and Waziri, all of us knows when you pay NSSF directly, it carries the SHA because those are the recommendation of any. So it cannot select that you pay NSSF and you don't pay SHA. So be guided, Waziri.
Thank you.
Are you paying? No.
No.
So these people are operating without protective gears. Director, please. Okay, I give you, what are you saying? You want to help the CCM?
I wanted to confirm to him that within the documentation for payments,
Yes.
we have a section for NHIF or SHA.
So why is it that they've not been getting their treatments via SHA?
Once we have provided our documents to the treasurer, it is the treasurer
Also,
who
we
are
should
supposed
follow
to take
up that
from
with
there.
the Treasury.
Yes.
And let me ask you, how much are you paying somebody like the guy who lost the two fingers? How much is he getting? CCM?
Honorable Sharon Waziri, through the contract that you signed, the one for 6 months, how much did you allocate for each casual?
Most of them are.
Not-
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Most of them are ranging from 20,000 coming down.
Or 20,000 at the maximum, and then you go down. Okay, all right. That is okay. And I beg to leave my questions there. We can see where we are, Chair.
Honorable Aengwa, and then Honorable Sialo, and then we wind up on that issue of Honorable Ngotia and Locales so that we move. Or you're going direct to your questions, Honorable Aengwa?
I'm done, Honorable Chair. Just
Yes.
want to ask them.
To
who is-
enrich the issues of Honorable Ngotia and Locales.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Who is the accounting officer in this department? So that we also,
Waziri, please answer Honorable Aengwa.
Thank you, Chair. The CEO.
thank you, because, when we asked about the queries, the audit queries, and many other things touching about money, I think the chief officer is better placed also, Madam Chair. However, they have tried, but I feel that the accounting officer, actually, because we are dealing with money all along. Yes. we are dealing with money.
Honorable Aengwa, well guided. I'm sure at the end of the session, we have a moment of submissions, and we have a way as a committee probably to revisit the issues that you feel they are not well submitted.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's why, in the beginning, Madam Chair, I questioned the presence of the chief officer, because I knew he's the accounting officer. And we really want to know if she's in hospital.
Honorable Sialo, I ruled to Waziri that we need to get documentation about his that she's not feeling well. Definitely, I'm sure he will submit the documents. So let's continue with the
I
next
stand
matter.
guided. Waziri, you said the county government of Baringo procured the rigs and the other machines in 2020. Do we have the ownership? Do the county government of Baringo have the ownership of these machines?
Yes.
So we have the logbooks with us. Do you have the logbook for
No.
the rigs?
No.
Where are they?
I think this is an issue that we have been following with the attorney, and it's an issue that's in court. But the whole case is not. It does not fall to the department. It falls to the supplier. The people who supply the rigs. It doesn't, because the county played their part. So there's a court case going between the suppliers. The one who the one who brought the machines, but it did not clear from the main supplier. So there's a case going on. And that's why you do not have the logbook and even the number.
So the county did not clear the payments of the machines.
It's not the county. County had cleared everything. It's the person who did the requisition. It did not clear with the supplier.
So that means the government money went somewhere else other than the supplier. And that is the reason why we are not having the ownership documents.
Yes, the person who was contracted to bring the machine did not clear with the supplier. So that's why it did not clear with the supplier, but us as a county, we had cleared. So that's why the main supplier is not ready to release the logbook until his money is being cleared.
So the county government has paid 60 million to these equipments, and we do not have the ownership of the machines. So we are actually having operating machines that are not ours. That means we are not even able to insure these machines. So recently, the staff, there was an accident and a staff lost his 2 fingers. What if now another accident happens? The vehicles, God forbid, the vehicles are not insured. We are not the owners of these machines. What will happen? Are we not going to lose 60 million like that? And why is it that you've taken long? This is now 5 years. From 2020 to 2025, actually it's 5 years.
We have been following, Honorable Sial, we have been following. In fact, until last year, we got a letter that the case is still going on. Even our attorney used to go and to present himself during the court period for the same.
So if I may ask you, Waziri, is that letter that you got from the court allows you to insure these vehicles, these machines?
No, did not mention about insuring.
So we are using uninsured machines. True or false?
True.
Okay. Now you've told us that you have 30 casuals. What is the procedure with the criteria you use to identify these casuals? Because they did not go through the competitive appointments through the board. How did you identify these 30 casuals?
We sat as a department and we identify where we have the gaps. And that's how we end up selecting those with the experience.
So how did you find the list of those casuals so that you choose from them those who are experienced?
And also we followed the interest. You know, you cannot just call somebody who does not have interest. There are guys who showed interest, who came to the department. They need to volunteer as casuals, and they have experience, and that's how we picked some.
So where did they got the information that there is a need in the department?
Not actually. There are people who normally just come. That is there, can I do something? Maybe I'm a plumber, can I volunteer? If there's any work that I can do. And that's how they were picked.
So, Waziri, there's an allegation that the management of the department gives opportunities to their relatives, some of them, their girlfriends. Is it true?
Not true.
Okay. Is there any internal advert for those casual jobs that you've ever done in the department?
No.
So you just consider those who've come to the office, and that is it?
After I identify where we have the gaps.
Do you consider ethnicity in that consideration?
Yes.
So we have all the tribes that are in Baringo working as casuals in your department?
Of course, no. Not all the tribes.
So if we check that list, we will find we have the minorities, we have the marginalized communities in that list.
It may not be conclusive that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair,
Proceed, Honorable Localist.
I will ask some clarification on some few issues, and I like the sincerity with the CEC is so sincere and speaks so truthful. I want to know the 3 million that was allocated to these casuals, especially it was indicated for RIC casuals, the 3 million for payment, for the payment of the allowances. That did you pay for the TPU and RIC operators only, or you paid all the casuals in water department? Because I understand you have all casuals up to Marigat, up to Tiati for water. Did you pay only for RIC? Because this 3 million was a good amount to sustain the operators, TPU operators and the RIC operators. That's my first question. You will give a clarification. Then the two, how many RIC staff do you have? RIC and TPU only. How many? How many? I want to know the number of the RIC staff and TPU staff. The volunteers, or what you call casuals. Then lastly, how are you paying these RIC staff, especially the allowances per borehole? Do you pay them? Do you give them something that they go, like now they go to Tiati or Tirioko to drill a borehole? Do you pay each of them allowances for the 3 days they drill a borehole or 4 days in a borehole? Or how are you doing? We want to know how these people are being served from your office, Mr. CEC.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Honorable Localist. Let me answer the last question first.
Yes.
You know, as we said earlier, that initially, these casuals were just paid through what Klein had mentioned, that he was just using his inspection fee to pay them. But last year, when we wanted to put things straight from July, we were paying them through their bank accounts. And to come to the 3 million, that 3 million, we did not only pay the TPU and the rig operators, we paid all the casual.
Why? And it was very clear for the payment of RIC and TPU operators. Why did you include other casual workers across your department?
Because from July, we had already engaged other casual staff. So we thought we can use this 3 million to be paying all the casual we have contracted. So we do not specifically dwell on the TPU, and despite the money was specifically for that,
yes,
we thought there was no way we can get any other money, but we can still use this 3 million to pay all the casual so that we don't have a gap.
These are people, Mr. Waziri, who have done over 150 boreholes for this county, who have dedicated their time. They have families, they have children, they have wives. These are people who depend on them. And when this 3 million came, why could you take all those money and pay them even their arrears, so that they can be motivated and serve this county better? You could have used other ways to find money to pay other casual workers in your department. Because this money, even the budget line was for RIC and TPU operators. And you went ahead to pay. Is that not a query? We can even start from that small query of 3 million. Is that not a query, Bwana Waziri?
It may be a query.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
So you denied them their rights.
No, we did not.
Yes.
We did not deny them
Because
their right,
now, yes.
Because through the chair, Honorable Localist, we paid them, And you know how limited the budget is. Even you know how limited the budget is. So we thought, why should we keep other casuals and we are not paying them? So we thought, let's pay all the casuals using the 3 million, despite being mentioned that it is for TPU and for the rig operator, so that we can avoid having other people working under the department being casual and are not being paid.
How many months are the TPU and rig staff not been paid?
I think the director mentioned we paid them only for the 2 months, July and August last year.
So from September up to now?
Yeah.
That's close to 10 months?
Yes.
No payment?
Yes.
How are they operating?
They're just there. They're still now, because I think this is an issue we have even as we have made requests to the Department of Finance, we have did all what is required, we have paid, we have given everything, so we wonder why are they not being paid.
And when these people are going for field, my last question, are you paying them, are you giving them something for their lunches and dinner? Are you giving them something for their lunches and dinner?
At times they're being given.
At times they don't.
At times they just go.
So they use their pocket to drill for this county. That's what basically you are saying, Bwana Waziri.
Yes, at times they are, when
use their own pocket.
At times from the office, even director, at times, even us, at times we just find giving them something as they go to the field. Voluntarily, we just give them something.
So Kilanya, can we say that Kilanya is carrying the burden of the department by buying them lunches and dinner whenever they go out because he's the supervisor? Mr. Kilanya, have you done that? How many times have you paid for their lunches and dinner of the rig and TPU staff?
To be sincere, several times.
Chair, you have heard. He has paid through his salary several times for the rig. Mr. Chair, I want you, when you finalize with this issue, I want to know if the department have planned for every rig, every ball that's being drilled to allocate some amount, if at least 100,000, and not for supervision and any other, but for the casuals, those who are operating this rig, so that they can be motivated. But going by your words, Waziri, the CEC, the CEO, the director, and Mr. Kilanya, we will be doing the service to even you yourselves. Because going to your pockets was not your right. You are not supposed to use your salary to pay somebody else unless you are housemaid and you are cowboy. Those are the two people you can use your pocket.
Wind up, Honorable Locales.
Thank you, Chair.
The last question you had asked the number of TPU and rig staff casual we have. I think there are 10.
Waziri, the 10 of them are, the document you gave me, are they included?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Members, Honorable Sharon, Honorable Ngotie, we're winding up. Do you still have something? Honorable Ngotie?
Yes, on behalf of my colleague Lakam Kimon, I just wanted to inquire whether you have any special kit per pole for our casual workers.
Waziri, proceed.
We don't.
You don't. Now, if maybe there is an allocation for drilling using county rig, there is an allocation of 1 million. Why don't you find it necessary, because there is something for the supervisor, you include some amount for the same for your casual workers?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think going forward, those are the things that we are currently engaging. So
no,
that
yes, but
previously there was no there was no such a thing.
Waziri, when you say currently, it can take 2 years.
Mheshimiwa, this...
I would be more comfortable if you tell me in this financial year, if there is an allocation of 1 million for drilling using county rig, you will allocate for the supervisor as per what you have been doing, and also you allocate as per ball those casual who are using the rig.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can see there's no any other issue from the members. Waziri and your team, thank you for making your presentations. I request the Sergeant at Arms to escort them out. And kindly remember to sign the documents and table to the House at 2:30. Be on mic, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. Well guided.
Thank you. The House first so that we proceed.
Chair, we have, I have come with the Department of Devolution also, and they are with me here. Can I?
Allowed Waziri, but they give you time to finish with your department first, and then they can come in after your submissions. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, kindly work out the Devolution Department, and welcome to this committee. I'm the chair, Honorable Jeruto Kipchara. Members, kindly introduce yourself.
Wesley Lekakimon, member of this committee.
My name is Sharon Keter. I'm a member of this committee.
I'm Julius Ngotier, member of this committee.
I'm Honorable Sam Locales, Vice Chair of this committee. Karibu.
My name is Max Yalo. I'm a member of this committee.
Waziri, kindly introduce yourself and your team, and after you finish, our clerk kindly prepare for them to take an oath.
Chair, my name is Rerimui David, Director of Treasury and Accounting Services. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, my name is Michael Ngetich, CEO, Economic Planning.
Thank you. Clerk, proceed.
I, Wilson Cheserek Ruto, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
I, David Kibawende Rimoy, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this
Okay, I, Michael Ngetich, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth,
Welcome again, Waziri, and your team. Kindly proceed to introduce yourself, your work experience. After that, Mheshimiwa Lekakimon, you proceed directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of introduction, I am the CEC Finance and Economic Planning. I am a 62-year-old pensioner, and I lead this team in the Finance and Accounting Services. We are a service department. We service the needs of the other departments, and we do budgeting based on the requirements and on account of limited resources. That my basic introductions, Chair.
Honorable Lekakimon, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Asiri and the team from Economic Planning. I have 3 questions to ask. And one of the questions is that how many casuals, contractual or volunteers, do you have in your departments?
To the questions that you gave us, and knowing the Assembly is an house of rules, we believe and we came prepared as per the questions that you did send to us, and In response to that, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Waziri, are you trying to insinuate that you don't know about the casuals in your office? And as you are aware about that motion, it clearly states about the welfare of the casuals. You cannot run away about that issue, Waziri. Kindly answer. The issue of casuals, even in the motion itself, because I'm sure you're watching online, Waziri.
Chair,
And Honorable Lekagimon, thank you.
I am not running from responsibility. I have already done that one in black and white and delivered to the clerk of the House.
Thank you, Waziri. Proceed with the Honorable Lekagimon.
So,
yes,
we wanted a number of casuals.
In terms of casuals, we have
contractual or volunteers in your departments.
Casuals.
Yes.
Casual stroke. Contractual staff. We have 17. No, let me not respond on behalf of enforcement. We have 12 revenue officers on contract.
So that is the one you have in your departments?
Yes.
Now, what is the total budget allocated for the payment of all casual workers in the entire county?
We have, Chair, we have a budget of 35 million.
35 million.
That has been allocated for the financial year 2024, 2025 to gather for payment of salaries for casual and contract staff.
Yes. Are you aware that?
Chair, I am aware, and we had a budget. We do not pay out of that budget without getting approvals from the controller budget. And Chair, regrettably, the controller budget has not approved the payment of those salaries for casuals and contract staff because they wanted a confirmation that the service board has indeed given the respective departments the concurrence to proceed.
So do you want to tell us the 35 million do not cater for the casuals that were not paid for 8 months? Yet you have the budget for all the casuals, but we have casuals that were not paid for more than 8 months. Do you want to say that 35 million that were allocated for casuals do not cater for those who have not been paid?
Chair, it caters for all those who have not been paid.
So why are they not paid for 8 months?
Yeah, because, and I have already answered, a concurrence from the County Public Service Board, which we have not been able to obtain. I will allow the head of accounting services to even add more on that. Thank you.
Sorry. Madam Chair, I'm the head of accounting services, head of requisition for the whole county, both executive and assembly. I want to confirm to this house that we have around 11,000. We've not paid our casuals for the whole departments. Indeed, I have done requests for payments of the casuals. I did in the month of October. It was November, it was declined. As the head of accounting services, and it's fortunate today we have the chair of PICPAC. We've been having issues with our casual wages, casual payments in the county for the last almost 10 years. Our payment, our personnel emolument have always been more in the department with the budget committee approved a budget for casual wages. But now we need to regularize. Our issues have been regularization of casuals. So when I presented the payment for casuals in the month of October and November, the comment from the controller budget for declining the request was, let us get approval from the service board. And we advise the departments accordingly. We advise the county secretary and the public service board. And I think that is the basis when the county secretary did a letter to county service board requesting for approval of all casuals. As it stands now, the payments I have in my desk for casuals I have payments worth 8.5 million requests from departments, but these payments cannot be processed. I can't complete the process because I don't have approvals from controller. But I have payments worth 8.5 million in my desk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On that note, Mr. Ririmoy, would you confirm that you have the...
Service board. The list I have is the request by the departments, relevant departments, including Treasury, for payments of their casuals. So it's not it's a master altogether. It's a request for payment that I pay. But the approved list from service board, I don't have. Immediately I get the approved list from the service board, this thing will rest.
Thank you, Mr. Ririmoy. Honorable Lakagimon, have you?
I'm done.
Honorable Ngotie, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will dwell mostly concerning the revenue collectors, our clerks, our revenue clerks. And Waziri, you will realize that about all of our revenue collectors, or 98% are casuals. What is your opinion concerning this, that all those people who are collecting our revenue are casuals?
Thank you, Chair. That is a matter that has been heavily ventilated in almost all management and executive levels. And therefore, it informed the need for us to formally request the service board to employ additional revenue officer and enforcement officers. We did for the financial year 2024-2025, the same was budgeted for. And our expectations was that it will be a flawless process, and that by September 2024 or October, we would have gotten the enforcement and revenue officers. Regrettably, up to date, we have not gotten those officers. And that is why we still have along these casuals running the revenue and enforcement duties, because we cannot run away from responsibility of collecting revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Waziri, can you kindly give us an overview of county revenue since 2013? Just a review.
Our performance,
yes,
it has not been very, very good. When we took over government, the revenue, total county revenue was 212 million. We raised it to 378 million, 388 million. And our target for this financial year was 600 million.
600.
Yes, we are not sure we will hit the 600 million. We will hit probably around 500 million. But in terms of performance and growth, the projections are good.
Okay.
It would have been better if we got these additional revenue and enforcement staff. Because at the moment, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, madam, I respect you, Chair, and that is why I dressed today appropriately.
Waziri, are you alluding that to some?
Madam Chair, I called Mr. Chair, and that is why I had to apologize in an appropriate manner.
Okay.
We are saying in terms of revenue collection, we would have hit our targets if we got the additional staff.
Now, have you checked, maybe counter check with our neighbors, maybe Nakuru, Laikipia, compared to ourselves? How are we doing concerning the revenue clerks and even enforcement officers?
In terms of, we are still very far. In terms of numbers of staff, in terms of enforcement staff, in terms of the actual revenue, we still are far. Like if you beats us very far. Nakuru, we can't even compare ourselves to Nakuru because it's a city. our comparison standards are with Laikipia, and Laikipia are way ahead. And that is why, as a county, we felt challenged that we should get this additional revenue and enforcement staff, and we change their working parameters so that there is a distinction between the roles of an enforcement officer and a revenue officer. At the moment, they are conjoined at the hip. They behave like they are one and the same. Because an enforcement officer is supposed to enforce the laws of the county to ensure that revenue has been collected. They should not even be staying in one sales collection point.
Finally, can you give this or furnish this house or this committee with revenue collection of Cabernet town for the last 8 months? If you, I know you don't have it here, but we can. The chair will rule when we can get them for Cabernet.
Chair guided, we will. I don't have it now, but we will be able to provide, and we will be able to get and provide.
Waziri, after the session, probably I can give you maybe around 3.
You need to consult. Chair, I do not want to take the house on a circus. I would want to give them the correct position. We will be able to provide.
Thank you, Waziri. Honorable Sharon.
Thank you so much, Chair, and Mr. Rermoy, on the issue of casual workers. So you said that the last requisitions, the requisition that you made was in the month of October and November, right? Let's just put it on.
Yes, Madam Chair.
October and November.
October and November, and that was the payments for the month of July.
Honorable Sharon, we had made a ruling that we make our own submissions to Waziri
for you to guide us,
okay,
so that we don't lose the trail of thought.
Okay.
It will be
Proceed,
good to
Honorable
just
Sharon.
finish. Thank you so much, Chair.
So I was telling you, Madam Chair, that I did the request in the month of October for the casual wages for the month of July, August, and September. And I think also there are some departments, the Department of Agriculture, there are 2 casuals who work in Barwesa slaughter that had not been paid from January 2024 to June.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Thank you. And you've said that you've made your requisition, and the answer that you got from up to date. Can you tell us if you've gotten any concurrence from the Public Service Board?
No, I haven't gotten. At least, if I had, I would have paid all.
So would you say that the reason why we've not paid our casual workers is because of the laxity of the Public Service Board?
I don't want to say it's laxity, but the Service Board have not given out the okay to departments.
If they are not giving the okay, then what can you call that if you are a casual worker?
Honorable Sharon, I think we can see already he has really furnished an honest answer that the reason he has 8 million in his account, and the reason why he has not paid these casuals, it's because he has not received a document from the Service Board.
Thank you,
which
Chair.
is already clear. So please, let's proceed.
Okay, and that's why the reason why we are doing this work, Honorable Chair, is to try to find who is responsible.
And already the issue is already clear,
It's the
Honorable
laxity.
Sharon. Yes,
It's
it's
the
already
laxity.
clear. It's the Service Board.
The laxity of the Service Board. I just wanted him to, because he's here as a witness, it is important for us to get a proper information. Now, on the revenue collection, and this I want to ask the CCM. How much did we collect in the last financial year?
Madam Chair, you will need to protect us from questions that we didn't come prepared.
Waziri, you proceed, and the member is not forcing you to give answers which you don't have. I'm sure Honorable Sharon is asking the things that, actually is asking you questions over the things that you answered to the members,
Yes.
not anything that is foreign.
And Chair, I'm just
Proceed, Honorable
following
Sharon.
up on questions and answers that you had already given us. So don't feel like I'm going to answer anything from the blue, ask you anything from the
Honorable
blue.
Sharon, it's okay. I've ruled that you're asking them questions actually from the answers that they give to Honorable Lekakimon and Honorable Ngoti. Proceed,
you.
Honorable Sharon.
How much did you collect in the last financial year? It's around 300 million.
Approximately 388 million.
Yes.
Approximate fee.
Yeah, so CCM have just, it's approximately 380 million. How do you collect your cess and other revenue collections in Baringo?
That question is not clear. Come on.
How? Which mode do you use to collect these payments?
In terms of technology or what I asked?
Yeah, it could be you're using technology or you're using any other mode. Are you collecting cash?
The directive chair from the CEC, we have a technology platform that we use to collect revenue.
Do you know the technology platforms?
It is a pay bill.
We have a pay bill. What
Yes.
else do we have?
That is a key one.
Okay, give me the two others.
Which other one do you want?
Okay, Mr. Redmoy, kindly assist your senior. Which other modes do you use to collect revenue in Baringo?
From the knowledge we have.
Yes.
We use CZ. We have
CC
CC Pay. we
CC
have-
Pay,
and Pay Bill.
Pay Bill.
Yes.
Do we have a USSD code?
Yes, that is the Pay Bill.
We have the Pay Bill, and we have the you can go directly Pay Bill, and then you're given the Pay Bill number, and then you pay. And then there's that one of USSD for prompting. You're now informed. Thank you. Could you be knowing if there are certain sections in Baringo?
Is we use technology to receive our revenue.
Could you be
But,
knowing if, yeah?
In some instances in Tiati, particularly in sale yards,
Yes.
in some certain sections of Tiati,
Yes.
they do collect manually, cash.
Okay. Was your directive in... Okay, now as the head of that department, and knowing the fact that you've lost money that have been collected in cash, and you had given a directive, what have you done about it?
I am not aware of a situation where cash has been lost.
You're not aware of cases in court, like the one that you lost 800 million? And you remember you are the head of that department.
800 million?
800,000. 800,000, my apologies, Chair. 800,000?
800, that happened in Cabernet,
Yes.
in a place where there is technology.
Yes.
And it is petty theft. And disciplinary action are usually taken.
You're calling the loss of 800,000 as a petty theft? Taxpayers' money?
It's theft.
Is it petty?
Not petty per se.
Okay. There's that memorandum that was done, and Chair, I would like you to guide on that. The memorandum that was done by someone from Tiati. I don't know if you can mention that to the CCM so that I can follow up with a few questions.
Honorable Sharon, it's true that we have one Lesute. Honorable Locales can enlighten over that. And I would really, honorable members, I would want us to move faster so that we allow the questions from honorable members, Honorable Sharon, because now you're going back to the same questions that for yesterday.
Okay.
And because the issue of Lesute, I know there's money that was lost, and Waziri have agreed that we lost like 800,000 from Cabernet sales collector. The issue of Lesute is from Tirioko.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking the CCM is the head of the department. Is the one that has the mandate of creating policies, is the one that is issuing directive. So even though we had asked this question to the revenue director, is a junior. And the supervisor is actually the CCM.
Honorable Sharon, I think I've ruled on that issue.
Okay.
Waziri have acknowledged that indeed we lost 800,000, and he had agreed that it's a theft. And over the issue, probably maybe you would ask about the policy and the guideline of what are we going to do so that we don't
That
lose
is where I
that
was
money.
going next, Chair.
Honorable Sharon, kindly proceed with Waziri so that we conclude on that matter.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And my next question is that there is a memorandum that was done that we lost, like you've had, we've lost some money also in other places in Tiati. So you as the head of that department, apart from the directive, have you thought of any policies so that we can be able to guide and protect public funds in a way that will bring accountability and transparency? Is there a policy?
In terms of policy, we're not necessarily an additional policy, but existing policies. What we've done is that our request to enhance the enforcement team from devolution department so that they ensure that whatever is being collected,
Okay.
there are controls in the collection process.
Chair, my question is that we can have all these enforcement officers, you can employ 1,000 of them, but if there's still a possibility whereby we are collecting money in cash, don't you think there's a loophole for us to lose money in one way or the other without a policy?
The directive is clear, it's in black and white, and to all revenue and accounting officers in the counties, all money must be received in cash.
Okay, but
situations where money is received in cash, like when clients are paying for substantial amounts of money for revenue, even when during a waiver period, they will take directly to a bank.
CCM, your directive is in black and white saying that do not collect
cash
without an exemption.
Without exemptions.
Yeah, so I don't feel like it's proper for you to give excuses in Nairobi County. When you go for parking, even if you are doing parking or anything, there's no way. Nairobi is a very big county and they collect massive revenue and there's no cash payments. So in Baringo, you cannot come and say that this is not something that you cannot do. Millions of money out of this loophole. Can we come up with guidelines and policies to ensure that we are not even...
Honorable Sharon, Honorable Rayango has an information for you.
Let me just wind up, I'm done actually. Policies so that we are not collecting money out of cash, in cash, and even penalize your officers when they're collecting in cash. Put up CCTV cameras in the collection points of this cess and our money, and that is my submissions.
Thank you, Honorable Sharon.
Maybe
Please, Waziri, if you have something to wind up with, and then we go to Honorable Sialo.
Interjection. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe so that I don't also maybe forget what I wanted to ask Waziri and your team. Sons and daughters of Baringo, many households have gone without food because they were not paid their dues for those 8 months or so in various departments. The answer was control of budget, wanted a written maybe from service board. Now, what do you think will happen? And what will you tell the children of Baringo, the workers of Baringo, that are waiting every day and making calls? When are they going to be, if it will not be spent? Lastly, what efforts have you made to the County Public Service Board so that they expedite the documents required for this delay of payments? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, this House has an oversight role over all of us in executive. We've done our part. We would pray that you also, we implore you to also play your part so that at least the people who have served us, even if we have a problem with the issue of casuals and contract staff, the people who have served Baringo County, and we have forgers already in place for payment, and we have a budget. Let's have a concurrence from the service board. We pay, and we could even stop the rest until we formalize, we sort out other outstanding issues. That, to me, is my recommendation.
Who takes responsibility? Who shall we, what will we tell the workers, the casual workers that are waiting to be paid for that period of time? Who takes the responsibility for the delay of payment? Let us be, you normally say black and white. Can you tell us black and white, who takes the responsibility?
We've done our part, and the matter is seated at the service board. Thank you.
Now, what will happen? Because
Honorable Engo, I think Mr. Rimbo has something to
Yes.
add on that before you proceed.
Through Madam Chair, I think Honorable Ayengo, you asked about what will happen if this money is not paid. It means two things, that we have to rebudget next financial year. And because we needed to rebudget, because it will not roll over. It will go to next financial year as a pending bill. And if we go to next financial year, it's not approved by service board, because Honorable Sialo is the chair of PICPAC, and he has been seeing irregular engagement of casuals in the county. The way to departments. Yes, the department initially engaged in casuals, initially without approval of service board. I think to these committees, there are some casuals who've been here engaged in this county since 2015. I'm aware of some that have been here since down there. We do the right thing. Honorable Ayengo, we were with you the other day in the office of the county secretary, together with the chairman of the service board and the county and the service board secretary, that is CEO. And the information they're asking, if the department can provide that, mark you, we have right now, today is 29th. I have only 30 days.
finally, what are you telling?
Honorable Oyengo, let me rule on the issue. The correspondence of the payment of the casual workers to the service board back. Kindly, Waziri, I ask you to table them, even the one for the control of budget, to this house with the document that you're able to submit to this house in the afternoon.
I stand guided, Madam Chair, as to when, from the time they started engaging the service board to submit those requirements.
Madam Chair, I think my first engagement, though not formal, I've been calling them, I started in September last financial year, last year, when I engaged the county secretary, telling him we have a new requirement by the control of budget. And I think it affected even this house, when about the employees employed by the ward co-employees, it affected this house. So I could reported the same communication to the team. Thank you.
Written, you said verbal.
Okay, there is usually the control of budget doesn't do a letter. It just puts a comment on your request. This is required.
I mean from your office to the service board. Did you write any?
No, we didn't write.
So it's just a verbal?
Yes, mine was verbal. But the county, I'm aware that the county secretary did a letter.
These people, the casual workers have really called, they have been calling everybody. Why are we not being paid? Please ask for us. So we wanted them to know clearly where the position of their pay and how soon.
A very difficult question, Mr. Chair. It's a very difficult question because given an opportunity out, we already have it pending with the control of budget. We're just awaiting for the...
Hello, proceed, and if you have any interjection, you proceed, plus your questions to the next. Honorable Ngatie.
Yes. Now, Chair, can you confirm that Honorable Kaingo was asking about the missing lunches and so forth, so that I don't repeat?
No, it was about their salaries.
Salaries,
Yes.
not about the allowances?
No.
Okay.
So you can proceed with the issue of allow.
Question, I'm asking about question 8. Has it been, because there is something I want to ask on the same.
No, it was proceeding to Honorable Sialo, then maybe you interject from that point.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Waziri, you've confirmed that we have casuals in our department. Some of them are even hired at the sub-county level. Do these casuals receive allowances? We have casuals, we have employees who are on contract, fixed-term contract, and the drivers. Do they receive allowances? I know they are entitled to some allowance, so I would like to know if they receive. Do you pay them? And if you pay them, which mode do you use to pay them? Are you give them cash, paying them through the bank? That is question one. Number two is, how many staff have been dismissed? And have they been replaced? How many staff have been dismissed since the inception of devolution? And have you guys replaced them? Waziri, we noted that there's a delay of remitting NSSF money for the employees and share money for the employees to actually, to NSSF, and the employees are actually suffering. And when you ask the other department, they are saying, it is upon you as a department, Chair, Finance, that you submit this money. Another question is, you've said that the issue of casuals, you've really tried to pay them, but every time you submit your requisition to the control of budget, it is declined. I want to ask you, have you followed up with the Public Service Board to find the reason why it is being declined? Reremoy has clearly said something. It is because of an illegality, it is an irregular employment of casual that has brought this problem. And are you aware?
Honorable Sialo, on the issue of the payment of the casuals, I think we've ruled as the committee over that issue. So I would want us to proceed with your questions, and we don't go back to that matter.
I stand guided. These casuals eventually, after you pay them, especially those who are at the sub-county level, they do not receive their full salaries. One of the witnesses said here that they are told, ng'ombe ikiingia kwa shimo, haitoke na manyoya yote. So wanalipa 2 months or 3, and then the other months, watu wanakula. Are you aware of that? And what are you going to do to ensure that these casuals get their rightful share?
Waziri, proceed and with your team.
Chair, you'll allow us to share the questions. I hope you don't mind. Each questions by Honorable Sialo, and I will touch on the issue of delay in remittances to NSSF and share. Particularly the one of concern, Madam Chair, was on share remittances. We had an issue with the receipt of our equitable share by the national government. It has been delaying for quite some time, since last year. The basis of remittance of the equitable share is the 6.6 billion that we are supposed to be given as account, divided by 12 months, and given to us 1 month in advance. So the national government has delayed, probably because of revenue collection challenges, and therefore we have not been able to pay on time. But Madam Chair, we have entered into an agreement with KCB that they be paying the salaries of our staff on time. Immediately the payroll is completed, we pay the salaries together with the SHA. So it, with effect from the month of March, we have not had a challenge on that account. And the remittances are okay. Redmoy will respond to the issue of number 4, item number 4, declined by COB and the reasons thereof, and the long delay, whether some money has been deducted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to comment on the issue of about the allowances. Honorable Shialo mentioned about the allowances of those casuals. I'm not aware of any. I haven't received any request for payment of the allowances. So unless they have their own arrangement outside there, it doesn't come to my office. I have not seen any request mentioning anything to do with the allowances of casuals. There is the issue of the salaries or the casual salaries of those casuals or those contractual staff, not receiving. It might have been true, Honorable Chair. We are not ruling out. But what we've done as a department, because initially what used to happen is we used to transfer the money directly to the sub-county administrator account. That is the sub-county AIE account. By the whole of this financial year, we realized, because we saw the loophole that people might not be receiving their money. That is number one. Number two, the issue of ghost casual workers. So we ask ourselves as a Department of Accounting, what do? We say it's easier that we pay people directly. So currently, all the payments I have in my desk, request for casuals payment, we pay to the banks, say that the money directly to Boresha. We are no longer transferring to the sub-county accountants, the sub-county administrator's office. And then after that, we give out a list of beneficiaries to the bank or the SACCO.
So, you confirm that?
I'm just as an internal control measure. You've been an accountant, you know. As internal control, you say, you know, it's wrong also that because the sub-county admin might even change the money and do something else. So this financial, we say, no, we are not going to take the normal salary of even the employees here. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Waziri, you did not answer me on the issue of NSSF remittance.
Yeah,
I understand we have about 20 million that you've not remitted to the NSSF.
Madam Chair.
For the staff, yes.
Madam Chair, about the payment of statutory deductions, I think Waziri has mentioned it. There was a switch off, a change of system from IPPD to the new system, a unified human resource. So the departments of payroll are delayed. That was one factor. Because I remember the month of January, the hold up again with the delays. But currently I want to confirm to this committee that all statutory deductions have been paid, unless those which doesn't pass through payroll or the casuals. But the one that comes to my desks, they are all paid. None is outstanding. Thank you.
Honorable Local.
Which Mr. Redimoy says they have paid up to date. Are you aware that since 2017 up to 2022, you had unpaid amount of 2.9 million that was not remitted to NSSF? And then again, after 2027, you have 3 point something million that was a penalty for not
Honorable
remitting.
Locales, kindly correct your year. You said 2027.
2017.
Yes.
2017 up to 2022. Then there is another 3 million that is for penalty. And the accrued, from now 2022, the accrued amount is around 13 million that have not remitted. Adding the 2 plus 3, it comes to 20 million. Have you now, can you confirm to this committee that you have remitted the 20 million that you owe NSSF? Because we are privy to the letter from the manager, NSSF Cabinet branch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Honorable Locales is saying, he must have received a letter from NSSF. I want to confirm this house, from the reconciliation that we had with NSSF, and I think the latest one being we did a reconciliation in the month of March, the outstanding amount was 1.3, and it relates to, I think, around 2016 that was not paid, and we've cleared the 1.3. It is included in our pending bills list that was submitted to control of budget at the closure of the financial year. Yes, on anything, any amount that they think it's payable. I might not be able to clarify to this house, but one of the issues that the NSF has been raising is payment 22. Those deductions were never deducted, and I think it was a case that they had an issue between control of budget, Council of Governors, and NSF themselves. But what NSF went and did themselves, they just said, how many CCs did Baringo have at that time? Wakawekea kila mtu pesa yake, how much pesa ingetolewa, na kuweka interest. Some of the issues from the NSF is there are some years that they put a hypothetical staff that this is the list from Baringo. This is the number of staff in Baringo, and this is the amount that they ought to have paid and levy penalties together with unremitted. So it's a reconciliation issue. The last time we did reconciliation was with NSF we had a 1.3 million in March, and we've cleared that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To add,
Waziri, proceed.
The 2.9 million is a remittance for December 2024 that was not captured by the system and to NSSF, but it was since been paid. It was paid on Wednesday. Yesterday. The day before yesterday. Or is it the day before yesterday? And Honorable Shialo did ask how many revenue staff have been dismissed. From my records that I have been given, we have dismissed from the financial year 2014 to date, we have dismissed 13 members of staff. I can be able to provide that list later on, and Chair, it forms the basis of us requiring for additional revenue staff to cover those ones who have been dismissed.
Proceed, Honorable Cielo.
And if there was some cases of theft, how much have we lost as a county?
Allow me, Madam Chair, to just go through a sample of the offenses and the reasons for separation and dismissal.
Honorable Cielo, allow Waziri to proceed.
Yes, one of them, allow me not to mention their names, but this revenue clerk was based in Ainamoi. He was drunk on duty, absenteeism, misappropriation of revenue, and after disciplinary was instituted, he was exited on 11th of November 2014. Marikat and was dismissed on 13th of July 2015. Being drunk on duty, absenteeism, dismissed on 2015. Being drunk, dismissed and absent. Resigned after being required on a disciplinary, after being put on a breach of the PMF Act and collusion. So they absent themselves from duty, and quite a number also have misappropriated county funds.
Okay, Waziri. My question is, how much has our county lost? We lost some in Tiati, we've lost some in Cabernet. In total, how much have we lost as a county?
Chair, I not want to mislead the House because I do not have an accumulated number of the losses that we have incurred as a county. but it is something that we can be able to dig into and provide. It will not be easy, it will not be probably today or tomorrow, but it's in a subsequent report we can be able to provide.
Madam Chair, I think you can give them time so that they can provide that information. And Waziri, are these staff that were dismissed junior staff, do we have a supervisor? Do we have their manager, one of them who has been also dismissed, because it is also their responsibility to actually check on these casual staff? Or your dismissal is just biased? You decide just to probably dismiss those who are juniors, but the ones who actually bear the responsibility are just left in office.
Chair, my institutional memory will not allow me to identify which one is a supervisor here, and most of them actually are clerks. So except one sub-county revenue officer, the rest are clerks. There's one sub-county revenue officer in that list of 13. And so probably there's a responsibility in response by the officers who are supervising the others.
Honorable Cielo, wind up as you wind up with your questions.
So it
then
means
we move
that
to the next
there's some unfairness in the dismissals, because if the only people who are dismissed are clerks, well, there's somebody who probably collects money from them and purport to have deposited in the account, but in real sense they have not. So eventually, the person to be blamed is the clerk who collected the money.
Chair, I will need to dig deeper to buy into that line of thought, but according to the records that I have, it is just one sub-county revenue officer and the others are clerks.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think we really need to check on that. Thank you.
So before you Honorable Local, let's proceed. And Waziri, I'm sure you've noted the documents you were saying you tabled before the committee, so note them and kindly proceed.
An interjection, a small one, maybe, so that I proceed with my question. Bwana Waziri, we have noted, you only give verbal communication to somebody to act. Have you written action? We are aware of some staff who have exited in some places, but they don't have substantive communication. A letter to direct that so and so should act on should be on an acting capacity.
Yeah, that would be a procedural lapse. Accounting and cash are accountable documents, but somebody in charge and somebody taking a responsibility should get a written instruction.
Yes.
So if there's such a situation, we agree it's a procedural lapse which you should be able to sort.
For the case of Tiati, Mr. Losote was dismissed. And of course, according to the information he gave us when he visited Tiati, he said he was dismissed without a letter. So he is dismissed without formal communication. We are aware that somebody is acting on his capacity, which we don't have problem with anybody being given to act. But the person also acting was told by verbal communication to act. So is it the work of the chief officer, or is this your work to do?
The respective departments. So it is the respective jurisdiction of the chief officer's work is done as per the law.
So somebody has failed in his job that you have delegated?
On that particular issue,
yes.
if it is indeed true that somebody was dismissed without a letter,
yes.
which I really doubt, because the payroll would not be stopped on the basis of a verbal instruction, I would not say further than that.
Okay, thank you. Madam, let me proceed.
Before you proceed, can you allow Honorable Ngoche to finish? You're the last one.
There are no allowances especially to enforcement officers when they are on duty outside their station, especially when we have maybe functions in Lamaravin or Tiati, these national functions. They are usually deployed to those areas. Do you usually have something, maybe they are senior, how do you take care of their allowances?
But for casual workers.
What about the enforcement officers?
Enforcement officers
Permanent.
are permanent. They are there.
Thank you.
I have allowances that I've been paying allowances for enforcement officers, even whenever they go for revenue drive.
Of maybe about, there was another one in Tiati, and they were forgers for their allowances.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to assist this committee and to mention to this committee that basically for public functions, because it's the
But the bottom line of the story is you are the
team, the devolution.
The allowances are
Signed one.
last one.
Yes.
Lab trust.
Yes.
You are sure about lab trust? There is no pending.
I have
payment.
one pending bill of 2.5 that I'm going to clear today from today's funding.
Thank you for saying, because I was
from
going
today's
for that.
funding.
Okay.
Today's 2.0 results. The only challenge is our system.
and please members.
Honorable Motie was asking, this and were told to go this and provide burials, told as enforcers to go and provide some security, and they were entitled for some allowances and so on been paid. And that's why we are saying this, so that we can pay it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Locales.
Thank you. 90% of our disciplinary cases at Chirac are officers from the department, his own department. And could this committee be wrong if we say that you must take responsibility as a CEC in charge for having not provided leadership? We are aware that around 90% of your staff are under disciplinary or their cases have been heard by Chirac. Previous government, 2017, and they have been all over languishing, looking for redeployment to help you. Yet there are some 17 people who are formally recruited. They were given letters of permanent and pensionable job. We have their letters, official letters signed by the board, and we also met some at Chemolingot and even some at Kabaret here. They came to this committee, and if you are following on Tuesday, some of them were here, giving witness and showing their letters. What have you done about that? Thank you.
Particularly on the matter of some 17 P&P revenue staff that were allegedly employed. I am not in the picture. I will need to go and I'll need to dig.
Are you a visitor in this county? Maybe nobody can help you.
Nobody has brought them into my attention, but even then, is that my role really? But okay, let's say agree.
The deployment part is your role, because after somebody getting a permanent employment, because it is written, their letters are written to be deployed.
Allow me not to respond on that one. I will need to find out further information.
Are you running away? Are you running away from this issue?
I can see Mr. Rimoy want to take responsibility.
The guys with the institutional memory card.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Honorable Locales, I'm going to answer. There were some staff that were recruited in 20. The Giptis regime came. They stopped. So their letters were recalled, and by the CS then. So when the letters are recalled, what do you recall? Who will you deploy? So it's been like that.
Is there a letter to that effect of recalling by CS to recall those 17 workers?
I can confirm, but the right person to.
So that's rumors. You are telling this committee rumors.
It is also, unless also you, Honorable Locales, you have the.
No, because we are working on factual information. I have told you, even given you their names. They came to this committee. We met.
Unless if they have the letters, what has prevented? I think, Madam Chair, that issue has to be handled, probably handled by the CS. not the Department of Treasury. Because any employment...
So there were no letter to recall those letters? Just confirm there were no letter? If there was letter, you say there was a letter. If there was no letter, you say there was no letter. Because this issue we will be escalating.
County Secretary. Because they are the one who recalled, who said the staff are not to report. So they are the one to know. The communication between, because for us, if the staff didn't report and we ask them where is this staff, they know that their letters have been recalled. So
the letter must be presented to the person who was recalled. These people have the original copies.
Yes.
To mean there was no letter telling them to bring back the appointment letters.
Recruitment.
These things
There was one that since 9. Nonetheless, I will allow a member.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Over 90%
to be the department where 90% of disciplinary cases are from us. But from this meeting, we have taken a challenge. We will we'll go a step forward to talk to our staff. We have internal clinics. We take ourselves out. We have mental challenges in the department, so that because treasury is a place where there's money. Wherever there's money, there must be accountability.
Yeah.
Even a shilling. If you can't balance a shilling, you have a problem. And if you steal a shilling, it's just like the person who has stolen 100,000. You have to account for the cash that you've received. So we've taken it as a department. We do not want to be the lead in disciplinary matters going forward. And I want to assure this committee that in the next subsequent meetings, you will not find us being number one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have noted that. Thank you.
Honorable Sharon.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Proceed.
And before I proceed with my two questions, I want to state to you, Mr. Cheserek, that one of your role is to overseeing management of departmental resources, preparation of budget, estimate and annual work plans and programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
On this overseeing of management of departmental resources, and now that we've been made to understand that we have casuals in different departments, is that the case?
Yes.
And since you came, and before the controller of budget brought up this issue that we need to make our casual workers recruitment and everything to be legally okay as per the law of Kenya,
yes.
What have you done? What have you been doing? Knowing that these people, they've been working as casual workers. We have some who have worked for over 15 years. I don't know if you are aware of some. Are you aware of some who have worked for over 15 years?
No.
Your work, remember your work is what again? This one that I've stated?
I am the county accounting officer.
Yes, and one of the work is to oversee how these different departments uses their resources, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that these departments, they've been paying, they have their casual workers who are paid using the public funds,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And you know, and I put it to you that we have casual workers who have worked over 15 years in this county. Because you seem not to have institutional memory, we have casual workers who have worked over the years in Baringo County. Are we together?
We're together?
We are together.
Yes.
Now, you being the person who oversees this money, and knowing according to the law who a casual worker is. A casual worker is somebody who works on a daily wage, somebody who comes, work today, and they are paid their money on that day. But these people that we've been having, that we call them casual workers, are people who are working and they are paid monthly salary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Cheserek, do you understand that you are operating in a very dangerous ground as a county? having people that we call casual workers, but in the real sense, these people are, according to the law, employees of this county. Do you understand that?
They are casual employees, casual contract employees of the county, yes.
CCM, there's nothing like casual contract employees.
They are employees.
They are employees.
On
Do you
co- on
understand?
contract terms.
Yes?
Employees on contract terms.
Do they have contracts?
They can't be paid without contracts.
So let me inform you, and remember, your work is to oversee the management of departmental resources. There are so many, with no contracts. Don't you think that that is an area that there was a little mistake that was done in your department?
Chair, allow me to respond to Honorable Sharon.
Please do.
Honorable Sharon, allow Waziri to.
Yes, I'm okay.
I am the county accounting officer.
Yes.
And I do not run other departments. They are capable officers who run those accounting officers. My role as a department is a service. We are a service department. We handle the service needs of all the departments. And that is why as a county, we work as one.
So
I have not finished. Allow me to finish my question.
But I'm seeing you're digressing from the question.
I have not. You are the one who is impatient.
Honorable Sharon, let's allow him to finish and then you can.
And that is why, Madam Chair, we were very deliberate in seeking for budget approvals in key departments like agriculture, where we employed quite a number of staff, and therefore getting rid of the need for a casual in the Department of Health. Right now, we do not have. In the Department of Agriculture, in the Department of Health, quite a number of employees. Madam Chair, I'm being harassed by.
Honorable Sharon, kindly put off your mic and allow Waziri to finish.
In the Department of Roads, we have done recruitments. In water, we have done the same. All these were done to ensure we sort out this issue of casuals. We've not arrived yet, but we've done our part. And my role as the county accounting officer is to support the departments in terms of provisions of budget. In Treasury, we did provide a budget for enforcement officers and revenue officers this financial year. From 30th June up to now, they have not been employed. And one of the primary reason why we are doing that is to ensure that this casuals issue is taken care of. We might not take care of it 100%, but at least in terms around 90%.
Honorable Sharon, proceed.
Thank you, CCM. I've heard your answers, but I'm still, I want that matter to be clarified still. You've said now that in June, we did an advert for employing new enforcement officers and revenue collection clerks. My question to you is that knowing that we have casual workers, these people that have worked for so many years, case study is someone from your backyard called Steve from Kabartonjo. He's an enforcement. You know him?
Jemutwa.
Exactly.
I know him.
He's a casual worker for that.
Allow him to be on record.
Relying on the verbal information that he has given me, because I've met him in Kabartonjo Market, he is an enforcement officer there. He told me he's been there from 2017.
Yes, that is the case. Are you aware that he was subjected, this person that we call a casual worker, who has worked for so many years, he was subjected, he was told to go and run so that he can be recruited. This is somebody who has gone through training, he has been paid salaries. Is that proper for the board to subject these casual workers who have worked for so many years into that process, and they're already working and they're considered employees? Do you think it was fair?
In terms of giving priority in at the time of recruitment, it would be immoral to bring on board somebody afresh, and you leave those ones who have been there from 2017.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer.
Now, allow me.
Yes.
Allow me to particularly if they do qualify.
But they are working.
Yes.
They are collecting money already.
Yes.
Are they qualified or not?
They are.
They are. My question now is to, I'm not going back to it. I want to do other line of questions. CCM, are you aware of the FIF bill that we passed in this assembly a few months ago?
Yes.
Why is it, has it been implemented yet?
Chair, as a county accounting officer,
yes,
I did set up an operationalization, a team to operationalize that act.
Bill, act.
Yes.
FIF bill.
Yes,
Act,
the FIF bill. And the team is led by the two chief officers in the Department of Health, the chief officers in the Department of Treasury, the accountant and the receiver of revenue in the Department of Health, plus the medical superintendent.
Yes.
And their brief was very, very clear. It was to ensure that this act is operationalized within the shortest time possible. You realize the structure of
Waziri, let me just make it. I want us to make it short and clear. Is the FIF bill working? So that you tell us maybe it's not working and what are the reasons, so that we move very fast. Because if you give a lot of stories about them, at least you've given us who are in charge. So proceed directly so that we wind up.
It is working. I set up a team to operationalize it, and I'm being advised by my technical team that it's working.
CCM, you know you're under oath.
Yes.
Is the FIF bill working?
Honorable Sharon, I can see Redimo is advising Waziri that it's operational. So I think it's prudent enough because it's him and it's with the Waziri. Why are you advising Waziri over the FIF bill to be working, and Honorable Sharon is having a leading questions? Please go direct so that they get to know that you have facts other than us going round over the issue and you know what we want.
Okay, let me just give you facts. Over the last week, we've been to Eldama Ravine Sub-County Hospital, we've been to Chemalingot Sub-County Hospital, we've been to Marigat Sub-County Hospital, we've been to BCRH. And we've met all the medical soup. Yes? So the...
Switch off your mic, Redimoy.
Mr. Redimoy, the information that we have is that the FIF bill is not working at the moment. And the reason why it's not working, there is a frustration from the Treasury department, and the reason why it's not working. Why are you frustrating this process?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, allow me to give a brief history. FIF bill started in the year 2021 by the former regime. They wanted to make sure that the hospitals can access.
Honorable Sharon has an information.
I'm giving, I know.
No. I want us to talk about the FIF bill.
Yes.
David, even me myself, I was in the fact-finding team. The only hospital that they say the FIF bill is somehow working is Mogotio. Let's just be honest and brief. It's
Okay.
Mogotio Sub-County Hospital. What is wrong that PCRH, Marigat, and Eldama Ravine, the FIF bill is not working? Just give us the documentation part, because I've okay.
Guided, Madam Chair. I want to confirm this house, the FIF bill is working.
It's
Our
not.
problem is, Madam Honorable Sharon.
Allow
please,
Honorable Sharon
allow me to explain to you. The problem why Cabernet,
And
Ravine,
Rimoy, you address through the chair.
oh, sorry, guided Madam Chair. The reason why Cabernet and Cabernet, Eldamaravine, Cabartonjo, Marigat, and Chilingot don't have their is one thing, only one. And the problem, I think it should be lie squarely on the responsibility. It should be, yes, Treasury together with this house. The budget committee, they know that the hospitals is collecting their money, they need to spend. The hospitals have collected their money. Even right now, I think I have around...
Rimoy, let me give a fact, like PCRH. The MedSub said, PCRH and Marigat, they've made a requisition so that you get to clear their money from the AIE holder or something, to get money. For the last, from March up to now, or 3 months or 4, they've not received that funds. Waziri, what is wrong? Because I can see the Rimoy want to take us to a procedure which we would not like to go that direction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue is the budget is the budget has been under budgeting in the
Rermoy,
yes.
you know, there's nothing as bad as taking us round in circles when you know for sure that these people, especially in Marigat, they did a budget of how much? The last, in the month of March?
I think that the total budget is around 76. Because Ngetich has been handling, let him answer.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can answer.
And Ngetich, I want it to be clear, because I'm supporting Honorable Sharon.
Okay, let me answer that question.
Let me just be clear, because I know the money has been paid by SHA. You've received the funding from SHA, and it's in our accounts.
Yes.
What is it so difficult for this hospital to receive their funds?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Dermoy has said the problem is the ceiling of the FI, which was allocated in the budget. So they are actually at the ceiling. By the month of March, they had reached their ceiling. So in the current supplementary budget, we have increased around 63 million. So when the budget which was recently approved, once it is uploaded in the ledgers, then they will be able to access, and the Dermoy will be able to pay. That's the problem, the ceiling. So I think the projection was underestimated.
What was the FIF meant to do is to cure this kind of delays that the reason why we don't usually have medicine in our hospital is because of the long process of approvals that we've been going through. And the reason, we went to Mogotio. Mogotio, from the information that we found there, is that they're able to operate, they have their medicine, they have all that they require. But now when you come to these other hospitals, they have to go through you. Why are you frustrating the implementation of FIF bill that was passed in 2024, and the implementation period was actually 30 days from the day of when it was assented into law?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the teachers have answered. The problem was the ceiling that was given by the budget team. Mogotio, the reason why Mogotio was a bit comfortable when you visited was we gave out, their AIE came late. So they had an AIE, active AIE, when I think they were the last one to spend the budget that was there. I want to put to this committee, the chair, Madam Chair, is that I'm the person who actually operationalized FIF even before this house passed it, because of the need. I took that responsibility. We discussed with the budget controller, and so the problem that we've been having, and maybe this committee can take, is the budget committee to make sure that the allocation or the ceiling for the hospitals, for the sub-county hospitals we have, is enough. Because it's not the first year that we've been running. We opened, for example, the financial year with around 33 million as spending bill. Because
yes. Help me understand, because you may make me understand.
Honorable Sharon, I can see Honorable Ngotie online. I don't know if your points are in line with what we are discussing.
Honorable Sharon has used the word educate me. Help me to understand. I wanted also to be educated on this FIF. I thought FIF is money collected by that facility to be used entirely by that facility. Do they need to go through a budget committee or budgeting that will use this much? And if they collect more, they cannot use more. That is what I want to understand. What is FIF? I thought it was the collection of that facility. They get that cash so that it is flawless.
Yeah, Madam Chair. FIF is Facility Improvement Fund. The hospitals are supposed to spend what they collect. All public funds in 2024 gave us authority not to take it through requisition, but it has to go through IFMIS. So if it has to go through IFMIS, I have to have a line that the hospitals are supposed to collect 180 million. If they collect more than that, Madam Chair, if they have to collect more than that, it has to be, the budget has to be enhanced as both revenue and expenditure. What it has happened right now, Madam Chair, is if you look at our budget, the income is more than the expenditure. Meaning this time they had to enhance the expenditure by 63 million to match the revenue. So that is why yes, we have the money, Madam Sharon. In their specific account, we've not even mixed the money in our CRF. It has our FIF fund account, fund. Thank you.
So do you still have a role? Do they have to still seek your approvals, the long back and forth again? And like Mogotio, from how I was made to understand, is that when they get their money, they budget for it, they get their drugs. They don't have to go through the process. Please help me understand that.
Chair, Madam Chair, the only area they will not be able to go through is the controller budget.
So it's still a long process?
No, they will not go to the controller budget. But in terms of budgeting for the same, if they under budget their revenue at the hospital, if they say the revenue from La Maravin Hospital is 5 million and they get 15 million, in that financial year, they will only use 5. Unless they do a supplementary budget, which should recognize any amount over and above the initial budget. And so that is where the challenge really is.
Oh, so you're saying, my conclusion is that the reason why we are not implementing the FIF since it was passed is because we've already exhausted what we had budgeted for. All these hospitals.
Yes, and it was, and as indicated by the Chief Officer in charge of Economic Planning and Budgeting, in the supplementary that has just been done, the correct revenue for these hospitals have been done. And so in terms of expenditure, the hospitals would now be able to spend. They do not need to go to control a budget.
Okay, my last question is that now that they have to go through, the only place they're not going through is the control of budget.
Yes.
Would I expect from you that you make this process very short? When they come to you and they want anything, can it be done in less than a week, for example, when they want medicine?
Agreed, Madam Chair, and that is why I personally set up an operationalization team so that they put in all the procedures and we have a uniform way of doing it across all the sub-county hospitals. So and we have an understanding so that we don't appear like Prairie Moi is frustrating.
Exactly.
Yes.
Do you think it's proper for you to put up a directive on that in black and white? Let's say this is a timeline when they do a requisition. This is the timeline that would expect them to
in
operate.
terms of transparency, it is important to do it.
Okay, so
and we'll be able to do it.
You'll be able to do it.
Yes.
I think I'm done with part of all my questions, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Sharon. We proceed directly to Honorable Raengo. And kindly members, let's wind up so that we are able to deal with our next witness.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to know or to ask them maybe one question. Waziri, when was advertisement for agricultural officers done? Was it 2023 or 24?
Madam Chair, I said earlier I am a 62-year pensioner, and you will excuse my...
But you have your colleagues who are...
when you're 62 pensioner, what are we supposed to exempt you from so that we are guided?
I rely on my team to assist.
Noted, Waziri. Proceed, Honorable Raengo.
Yeah, I want you, Waziri, to make me understand, before an advertisement is placed, what shall we consider first? What should we have first?
Madam Chair, what happens before an advertisement is done, there must be a budget line.
Correct.
And the budget line confirmation is done by Treasury.
Correct.
We have to sign off from Treasury that there is a budget line which will be able to employ this number of officers.
And there is an intent from the department.
That is what I'm calling an intent.
Correct.
Confirmation.
Now, Waziri, make me also remember, maybe Rermoy and Ngetich.
Honorable Raengo, we've allowed
yes, I'm moving away from...
to continue helping him because now he has excused himself. They would remind him.
I'm moving away from Waziri. What number of agricultural officers were advertised?
I think, Madam Chair, it was 123.
Correct. That is also what I can remember. How many then were employed altogether?
I don't know the number that were employed. I'm not sure.
You are not sure?
Agricultural team are coming, they shall be able to confirm, but they are more than 123.
They are more than 123. As a CEC member in charge of Treasury, is there any violation of accounts that a number like 123 was advertised and the additional employees in the same?
In terms of, I said earlier, we do give an intent. And an intent is to confirm that the budget is available for 123.
Yes.
What happened at the end of the day is that the department justifies with retirements, separations, and to fill in, subject to the approval by the Public Service Board. And so that is what we are told happened.
Honorable Kakimon?
Waziri.
Or we allow Honorable Raengo to finish so that he doesn't...
As he continues, where I was wondering, Madam Chair, is that the advertisement goes with the budget line. And the 123 were advertised according to the budget line of those vacancies. Now, where did the other money come from of the employees that are above the 123?
Madam Chair.
Proceed, Waziri.
Madam Chair, allow the department to come and respond directly. But in terms of the budget, and the board were very clear that there were additional replacements in that department, people who retired. When a senior director of agriculture retires, the salary scale is very high. And that they can be
Waziri,
able
you're still going to defend that, and I want to allow Honorable Ayango to finish his...
I want Waziri.
Yes.
I believe, and this one, I wanted you to have stopped on, we engage them. But ultimately also, you are in charge of treasury. And you will also answer this committee where you got the extra funds to recruit the extra ones who are not advertised. And this is also a breach of law. You can't advertise 123, and even the same 123, the included are retirees. Replacements are also there. Wazir, I want you to have stopped there so that you don't engage yourself in muddy waters.
Allow me to stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ayango, kindly finish, and if you are done.
Maybe, Chair, the dilemma we are in casuals, because everything will stop, the heartbeat of operation in any organization is finance, and we are the head of finance in this county. What can you tell, what can you tell, or what advice can you give to this committee in these issues of casuals and contractual staff?
Madam Chair,
Proceed, Waziri.
I would tell the committee to come up with a very, very clear and specific recommendations that we do not proceed with additional engagement of casuals and contract staff for a specified period of time until we come to the bottom of this issue. Thank you.
I'm done, Chair.
Honorable members and our the team from the CEC Treasury, we are done with today's session. I request the Sergeant at Arms to escort the team.
And your team for being fair and for the very hard-hitting questions, particularly from Sharon. We appreciate you are serving the people of Baringo. It's responsibility and response. Thank you.
And the pensioners, now that you said you are the 62 pensioner and your team, you are welcome for our lunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Members, you're going to come back at 3:10. Our CEC Devolution and Public Service, karibuni sana. I'm the chair, the Ad Hoc Committee Public Service. And
Mheshimiwa Max Yalo, member of this.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, honorable members. I'm Dr. Solomon Serma, the CEC Health, but I'm standing in for CEC Devolution. Was not able to reach here today. Payment details, ability status, ethnicity,
And the assembly, we submitted our written responses, through the office of the county secretary, and the information is, to the best of our knowledge, received at the county assembly within the stipulated timelines, which was by Wednesday 21st last week. So the information is, Chair, already with the assembly.
thank you, CEO. We proceed with our questions, honorable members. Honorable Lekakimon.
Thank you, Chair. Now that the committee, the CEC Devolution and the team are here, and they are privy to what we are after as a committee, I just want to ask you 2 questions. That the CC and the team to give an overview, to give us an overview of all the casuals, whether contractual or volunteers, in the entire county. And then the number and the total budget for those casuals.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the honorable member right, is the information is appertaining data for all staff, casual, those engaged on volunteer basis, contractual, and for the entire county. The information, Chair, that we supplied to the committee was for the department, because the request that was submitted to us was for the Department of Devolution, Public Service, Administration, ICT, and e-government. And that is the information that we supplied to the committee. Nonetheless, on casual staff, Chair, there is, as the Chief Officer for Public Service, there are some departments which I supervise the emoluments vote for their payments, but the management of an engagement of those casuals is done at departmental level. Therefore, the information that we supplied, Chair, was limited to the Department of
Deploy our enforcement officers for maybe parade or something like that. Do you usually give them allowances? Because when they go to Tiati, they might be there for 4 days in preparation for the function and so forth. Do you usually give them allowances?
Chair, I want to confirm that the officers in enforcement are officers who have benefits like any other officer in the county and staff, and they're entitled to their allowances. And yes, we give them the allowances. The nature of allowances that we give for special functions is that for celebrations, we have a celebrations budget. This celebrations budget is facilitatory. It is just to make sure that we provide for lunches, accommodation for those who may need, and basic issues with procure tents and all of that, including lunches and facilitation for the enforcement officers who participate in the parade, including practicing.
Fine.
And on the day. So,
which mode do you use
we
to pay them?
What we do is that the national celebration budget is a costed item in the department, and we draw that budget
for 3 celebrations. We take imprests, and these officers who are charged with the imprest are then assigned specific duties. So for the Director of Enforcement, he'll give us the number of officers who will take part in the parade, and that money is not per diems. That is lunch allowances.
Who picks specifically for enforcement officers?
I am the officer in charge of enforcement.
So you pay the enforcement officers?
We pay them for facilitation for lunches.
Can you provide us with the payment forgers for each individual paid in these celebrations?
Yes, Chair.
Maybe from last year?
Yes, Chair. I can
to the latest one?
I can provide, including up to right now. I've actually just been discharging the team to Barwesa because we have a function on Sunday. So I can confirm.
You pay yourself, or there is an officer, you give the money to pay?
No, I don't pay myself, Chair.
So who pays? Because who pays?
Chair, we have
you pay to who and then he pays?
We have a National Celebrations Committee. This National Celebrations Committee have different functions, and it is also multi-agency, including from the national government. So for the specific question that you've asked, Mheshimiwa,
yes.
For the enforcement officers,
yes.
we ask ourselves, sometimes we do rotational celebrations that require these officers to go outside their stations and also spend the night there. So what we do is that this money is facilitation for
you are taking, that is, who pays? Let's say they go to Tiati and they have gone there,
yes,
or Ravine. Who pays them for Tiati or Ravine? Specifically.
I am the
we
chief
know
officer.
you facilitate, you have said that, we agree.
Yeah.
But who pays for enforcement officers?
I process their payments myself.
Who pays them? You were the one who is processing. Do you pay them?
It's the enforcement, the Director of Enforcement who pays them.
The director?
Yes, sir.
Who is in charge of?
Enforcement. The one who is in charge
of you have forgers showing that the Director of Enforcement has picked
has received
this amount, received this amount for forward to. Can we have them, please?
Yes, Chair. I can provide that information.
So the Chair will give
kindly
direction.
table those documents before close of today to this committee.
Chair, I ask for up to tomorrow because those documents are at the Treasury and I may need to look at them for the registry.
Okay. Tomorrow, what time that you are comfortable?
Before close of business, Chair.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Recently, there were some arrears paid to VTC trainers.
Honorable Mutia continues. I just interject that when you pay an officer, do the officer comes with a list of signed list that they have already paid those officers in the stations?
Chair.
Or how do you account that this money that you have given out has reached to the enforcement officers and the list accounting is done? And you saw the names and the signatures that they have paid this.
That they have received the money and they return and they give us the returns.
How much?
It depends. It varies based on where they go. That's why I say that because of the rotational nature of the celebrations, because of the limited strength.
Suppose we want to tell you, yes. So there will be no a list of those officers that is signed by the officer that they have received this amount.
Chair, there is a list.
There's a list.
Yes, that's what I've committed to.
So that's why we wanted the list alongside the payment, because we have got some allegations that there were complaints that when they go this celebration, they were not paid. So if you can provide this committee with the documents, then we are fine.
And I think, Mheshimiwa, just to give further information, I'm privy to the concern that has been raised by officers. When they go out of station where they qualify for per diems, we process per diems for them later. And those payments for per diems have delayed, particularly for the last 2 functions. And that is what may have caused concerns, but I'm aware about that. But from my office, I can also supply the same information that I've processed their payments and the level where it has reached.
Let's not confuse per diem and lunches.
Which is why I'm saying, Chair.
I'm talking about lunches.
Chair, I was saying that I was giving extra information to the committee.
Thank you.
That apart, when
the information you will give, the information you are giving through the chair is for lunches.
Okay.
At the least.
Okay.
Maybe for about 6 functions, which we have done recently.
Okay. I get it.
My other question is, recently, and we have information here, there are some trainers of our FTCs who are paid in arrears. The arrears which they were, but they were paid selectively, not all of them. Are you aware of such? Or maybe which department, if you are not aware?
Chair, I think on the question of payment to VTC instructors, my payroll manager is here.
Okay. Can you give us? Are you
Uh,
aware?
Proceed, Mr. Kiptala. Oh, sorry, Mr. Yabe.
Okay, thank you, members. The payment of the arrears who are supposed to be paid to VTC trainers are yet to be paid.
I have something here which shows somebody was paid.
Through the payslip or?
I think through payslip, bank transfer. You have not paid.
We have not paid.
But you are aware that they are supposed to be paid. You are aware?
Yeah, I am aware of the trainers.
Arrears.
Yes.
And you are not aware whether they have been paid or not?
Yeah, they are yet to be paid.
Maybe through the chair, can somebody assist us to give to concern to check whether our
Sergeant
payroll-
Atam.
Just check whether you are aware of such payment or you are aware of that. If you are not aware, you don't have to strain. You are aware? Can I have it back, please?
The payslip, it is a payslip of 2020. It's not the current payslip. If you can say this payslip is...
That is fine.
For January 2020.
But they were paid the arrears. That arrears.
Yeah, as per this payslip, I am seeing that they were paid hardship allowance and commuter arrears.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you done for all, Sergeant Atams, can I have it back? I wanted to know whether this was paid to all trainers or selective.
As the hand user
Yes.
for implementing,
Yes.
if I get instruction with their files, we pay.
Where do you get the instruction from?
From the PCA, we are instructed to pay. It is authorized. So,
I'm saying, where do you get the instruction to pay? And actually, don't use abbreviation because some of us, we don't know all those jargon, the language. So you just say in full.
okay, thank you. The instruction, the way we pay the officers, the officer may claim through a letter, and then it goes all the way through the process in the HR. And then a PCA is generated, and it is signed by the officers, the concerned officers.
Who are these concerned officers?
The director HR, the chief officer.
So this is the only, maybe those others have not launched for that, the arrears requirement or something like that?
I cannot ascertain for now, because I remember it is, I think 4 years ago, 2020 is long time. We paid some of them, so I don't know whether we paid all of them or I don't know whether we paid all of them. But those which reached our desk, we paid all of them.
Okay. Since I'm with you, our payroll manager, can you provide us with the requirements from the SRC concerning the payment of allowances of PWDs? You have a circular.
I have a circular, sir.
Yes, can you, through the chair, can you provide us a copy?
Yes, I can provide now. The circular is here.
Table it, Mr. Ebe. Thank you, and if Honorable Ngwate, you're interested in checking it from where you are, I can allow the Sergeant at Arms to walk to your table.
Okay. So, Mr. Ayabe, yesterday, I don't know whether you are under pressure or something. Can you confirm to us that you are going to pay them? Because yesterday you say, I'm going to pay them. You are not under pressure now.
Thank you very much for that chance. Yesterday I said that I am yet to wait for the report from the medical report from the doctors.
For the two?
For the there were 10 of them.
Yes.
So I was waiting for that report, and I am told the report has been completed.
Okay.
So I think allow me to explain a bit about the circular. That circular is the circular for the SRC, from the SRC, which gives the guideline how the disability guide allowance should be, how they are supposed to be paid to those who qualify.
Okay.
So I revert that circular because the circular specifies that a person who is supposed to be paid disability guide allowance must provide a medical report from a medical doctor, and they gave four
categories.
Yes. One of them, the officer must be on a wheelchair. Second one, the officer must be walking in two crutches, not one. And the other one, the officer must be blind. And even they specify that the officer must be having the severity of 6 out of 60, if you can see from there. So okay. They said the report must come from a medical doctor.
Okay, maybe let's study, we'll come back to you concerning the same. Now, to CEO, we have managers who have been acting for even 15 years as acting managers. And up to now, they don't have even any letter showing that they are on acting. It is by word of mouth. And they have been taking care of our VTCs, some for 15 years. What are you going to do, or what step have you taken to confirm them that they are the actual station managers? That comes with their payment and maybe an allowances, because they cannot be acting. And when I say acting, even in some other places, we have, in this Baringo County, we have acting this. Why do we have people who are acting for even 10 years, 15 years?
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the VTC instructors, I'm aware about the cases about those who have been acting for quite some time. And even in Chirac itself, we've had that discussion. And in the last budget, there was allocation that was put to confirm some of them and also just regularize how they are being engaged. But I wish to ask the indulgence of the Chair that the matter of VTC instructors it falls within the Department of Vocational Training, Library Services and Education, for which I may not competently provide all the information required. So on the VTC instructors, those who are acting, the information is with the department. Us at public service, we process what the departments are managing. We process the payroll, we process policy. But the day-to-day management, including how they are acting, is domiciled within the Department of Library Services and Education.
So maybe you are not in a position to know the casual who are employed in our VTCs recently?
Yes, Chair.
You are not aware?
No, I'm not aware about because that is information that is at the Department of Education.
And are you in any way aware of our nurses, our ICU and nurses who are on contracts and their contracts are elapsed?
Also for nurses, as I stated, Chair, the management of staff, HR issues are managed at 2 levels. At the department level, where the operational and administrative
okay,
issues.
fine.
So I cannot give the details.
But we are lucky, our doctor is here.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can tell us about how far he has gone about their contracts.
The contracts, they actually 5 staff, 4 nurses and 1 lab tech, whose contract expired on 5th in April, was it, or 30th?
True. Continue, Dr.
And already we have requested for renewal of their contracts through the county secretary. And I have a copy of the letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can we have a copy maybe to the chair? You can give instructions.
Kindly table the document, Dr.
And Chair, I think I'm done with my questions.
Honorable Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. And even as I proceed to my one question, I want Mr. Ayabe to confirm on this. I don't like how we are going round in circles on this issue of PWD's allowance, guard allowance. Confirm to us, once you receive the report, you'll pay the money and the arrears backwards.
Thank you, Honorable Sharon. Once I receive that report.
In fact, the report is actually on your desk.
Yes. If it is in my desk, I will pay as per the instruction.
Whose instructions are you waiting for? And remember, initially, these reports had been brought to your office, and there was already an instruction from the HR that you make payment in accordance to the minutes that had been passed before. So whose instructions are you still waiting for, considering these are matters that you, under your own judgment, you felt like the report had not been done by proper doctors and you send them back? And remember, you've been considering yourself as the last person. You have nothing. Once you're given instructions, it's up to you to just effect the instructions that you've been given. But you made a decision yourself, and you took them back to the hospital yesterday. Now they've gotten back with a report. Whose instructions are you waiting for? And you are not given any instructions to take them back to the hospital.
I think, Mheshimiwa, that is not true.
Yes.
That's not true. The allegation you are saying is not true.
Mm-hmm.
We referred back to doctors to complete the medical report. So if that report comes and instructing us to pay, so we will pay automatically.
You know, I don't want to be harsh on you. Was the report that you had previously, was it incomplete?
Yeah, it was incomplete.
In what sense?
There were no medical reports for some of them.
What did you say yesterday? Stop embarrassing yourself. What did you say yesterday? You said that they were done by people who are not qualified doctors, and the reason why you send them back.
No, I did not say that. I said...
Chair, please guide me on that, because that is exactly what he said.
Mr. Yabe, yesterday, I think you said there were some who were signed by doctors, professional doctors, and there were some which was signed by nurses. I think that those are the wordings that you said in this audio yesterday. So proceed to answer Honorable Sharon question so that we proceed.
Yeah, so once that report, I got that report in my desk, I will pay.
You have the report already. You said that yesterday. You said that you have report for 8 of them, and 2 of them did not avail themselves for the report.
Yes.
So for these 8 who have already complied with the process, are you going to pay them?
I am going to pay.
Okay, thank you. My question to, this one is to the CEO. Are you aware of the revenue clerks who were employed in the year 2017? They were given letters letters for appointment, and the only thing that was remaining is for them to be given different workstations. And up to date, they've not been deployed. Could you be knowing that case?
Yes, Chair, I'm aware of the case.
How have you handled it so far?
The matter, Chair, had been, as a member has rightly stated, they had been given the appointment letters, but later there was political consultation, which then stalled that process because they could not be posted, and it was direction that was given. So this matter, Chair, will be best handled at the level of the board, because once we had given the letters to them, these officers are supposed to report, but because of the dynamics of that time, and they had been away for a very long time, there's been a lot of discussions on how are we going to exercise some lenience to them, how do we onboard them, because they went through an interview process.
Okay. And okay, let me ask you, I really want to know the political interference. Please explain to us what happened.
Yeah, Chair, I think you'll appreciate first that myself, I was not there at the time.
Yes.
And when I say the political consultations that happened, I didn't use the word interference. I said
political consultation.
Yeah, and I say that because these staff were hired just before the end of the first term of the first governor.
Yes.
And for them to assume office, it was on the assumption of office of the second governor. And that is why there was political processes that took place. And you see, Chair, we need to appreciate that we work in a context that sometimes can disrupt normal processes, and that we concede happened at that time. To the specifics, some of these are not issues that are put down in paper, but instructions are given, and everything is held in abeyance up to now. So, yeah, that is the situation as we know about it.
Okay, now, if that was done during the end of the term of Governor Cheboe in the first term, and now he's back, and there was that political consultation that happened just before, actually when he had left, and the reason why these people suffered a political consultation that rendered them jobless to date. Yeah. Now that is the current government, governor, and he understands what exactly happened, and knowing the legal repercussion of what they did, because these are people with a legitimate expectation that they ought to have been deployed. Could you be knowing, now that you are the CEO of Devolution, what you've done so far to sort out this mess?
Chair, this matter has not been addressed formally because there's been no formal engagement. All the engagements that have been done, to the best of my knowledge, have been through delegations coming to meet and asking that we do something. The processes of redress are available, and for this particular case, if we were to try to find a path that will bring this matter to closure, it had to be done through a formal process where all of them will sign probably a petition or a letter addressed specifically to the relevant officers, which will be to the Department of Devolution, even to His Excellency the Governor himself, and to the Public Service Board, requesting for a review of this process. But now, in the absence of that formal process, we are hamstrung.
Okay, so they came to your office?
Not mine. But I'm sure that there's been conversations around the offices.
Which offices?
Chair, you know, these are issues that we've had.
You know you cannot run away from this.
I'm not running away.
Which offices are we talking about?
These officers have come to meet. They've tried to have audience with the Excellency Governor, but they've
Oh,
not been
they
able to
did.
meet him. They've tried to meet him, but the governor is well versed of their issues, and he's actually tried, because also there are human resource processes that are very strict. Once someone was, we are trying, which is why I said we need to look for a formal and a clear path that we are going to bring this matter to closure. If there was a formal process, probably it will come to Chirac, we'll issue advisory and recommendation to the board to reissue new letters, because these people were rightfully issued appointment letters. And if any process happened that denied them this right, then it is within their right to seek even review.
Okay,
And,
Charles, Mr. Charles Kipkule,
yes.
Knowing that you're the one responsible with the HR issues,
Yeah.
you understand that if these people go to court, they will clearly win a case against the government, and will end up paying extreme damages to them. As a responsible person in that docket, and I hold you with very high regard, have you done any advice to the governor to sort out this issue? I know I know you're saying that we must have the formal process and all, but remember, we are talking about people that they already have their letter. So if they come with their letter, and there's already one case in court, I know, of one case. I don't know if you are aware of that case.
The case will be at the county attorney's office. We've not been served as respondents yet.
Yeah, but you're aware there is such a case.
Yes, I'm aware.
Don't you think it was responsible for you to advise the governor accordingly so that we don't put ourselves in an awkward situation?
Which is why I said, Chair, that this matter has been canvassed at Chirac, the County Human Resource Advisory Committee, which I'm a member alongside all chief officers. And what we discussed this issue, and we said that for us to be able to conclusively deal with this matter, then we need a formal process. And as a responsible person, one of the things that I usually say, Chair, to everybody, including my officers here, is that when you're handling HR, know that you're handling human beings and you're handling people. And your decision or lack of it, action or omission will hurt or favor somebody. So it is my heartfelt desire that these citizens of Baringo get closure in this matter. And I wish to confirm that this matter was discussed in Chirac, and we'll do follow-up to say that we can even guide them in the process of closure.
But it's okay, okay. They've already brought a memorandum to us, and we are going to act accordingly.
Okay.
Lastly, on the matter...
Before you proceed, Honorable Sharon, I can see Honorable Lekakimon, probably you want to add something on that.
Yeah, when did you first came to know about the issue of the 17 revenue clerks?
Chair, it is in one of our Chirac meetings that was discussed. That is when we formally discussed it. But when I assumed office, I had a handing over report, and also I had sittings with every departmental head or section head who reports to me on issues that are pending. And this is one of the matters that the director of HR raised, that it is a pending issue that we need to see what we can do.
So if you are an officer in the Department of Devolution, how did you allow advertisement of new recruitment of revenue clerks to continue, yet you have not settled the 17 that were given permanent and pensionable?
Chair, the recruitment of these new revenue clerks, first of all, I am not the hiring manager for revenue clerks. They are hired by the Department of Treasury when they are raising the indents. So I did not interact with the indent at any stage. And by way of advisory, so that to demonstrate action, when that matter came to my attention through the deliberation with the director of HR, that is when the matter, I advised that it be slotted as a Chirac agenda, which was then discussed at that level. And that is demonstration of action that we took. But in terms of employment, revenue clerks are employed and requested by the chief officer in charge of Treasury, who is the one responsible for revenue collection.
So, lastly, are you aware that this assembly discussed about the 17 clerks and they passed a resolution that they should be observed through the Department of Labor and Youths?
Chair, that is information that I'm hearing now. The communication has not reached my desk or to my attention.
Okay. Chair, I think they should be aware that we discussed about the 17 and we passed a resolution that they should be observed because it's unfair to them, having stayed for 7 years and they have letters of permanent and pensionable. So what will you tell this committee? Are you in a position to take the process that these 17 employees will be employed, or what will you tell this committee?
Chair, I want to state first that we have a very progressive county assembly in Baringo. One of the resolutions that you passed helped us to confirm to PNP the ECD teachers, something that had really become a pain in the neck for a very long time. And I want to confirm also that respecting the place of the county assembly, seek that resolution and activate the formal processes of implementing it together. Thank you.
Honorable Sharon.
Last question to you, CEO, on the matters casual workers. I've gotten your small brief on how we got ourselves here. And now that you're here and we have so many casual workers, I want to take a very recent advert that was done for recruitment. Apart from this 2017 enforcement officer that we could have taken into consideration, there are also casual workers who have worked for a very long time. Do you think it was prudent for you as a person who is in charge of HR issues to give an advisory to the Public Service Board that when you are advertising for this job, remember there are people who are casual workers who are not actually casual workers. They're already employees of this county. Did you do an advisory to them, asking them, instead of you doing an advert, a public one, you could have done one internally so that those people already in the system as casual workers do apply so that they're just absorbed into the system?
Thank you, Chair. I think the process of recruitment in the county is squarely and independently managed by the County Public Service Board. Variously, we've engaged and consulted with the board during such processes. And one of the things that we've asked many times, not just for the matter of casuals, but even for those staff who've been working on contract, like there were ICU nurses who were working as volunteers, others were casual staff. We were trying to ask if you can do that. But there is so much you can do because the recruitment process is largely independent of the department, and it is the independent mandate of the Public Service Board.
Yeah.
And the issue of internal advertisement, if you do an internal advertisement, Chair, that will be the surest way of locking them out, because an internal advert will only consider those staff who are serving and have a contractual agreement with the county, who will be contract and PNP staff only.
Okay. Do we have enforcement officers who are under contract?
Enforcement officers are...
all casuals and permanent.
Chair, we have enforcement officers, majority are PNP, and we have some who support revenue who are on casual.
Okay.
Yeah, not contract.
Yeah, so that's why my case study was on this particular advert. Yeah, but I've gotten your point on the other one.
Thank you, sir.
So lastly, and I'm not going to talk anymore, if you are sitting as one of the commissioners of the board, what would you have done in this regard?
Chair, thank you. I've had the privilege to accompany His Excellency the Governor to the Senate, where we discussed issues of affirmative action for minorities, special interest groups, and also those staff who have worked under strainers and difficult circumstances, including casuals. And one of the things that they advised us is that we seek legal advice, strengthen legal, or make mandatory a legal advisory process during recruitment so that we create space for affirmative action, so that we do not subject these workers to a competitive process. Chair, I want to confirm, for example, when we were doing the recruitment for... We have enforcement officers who have worked as casuals for a very long time. They are past their prime physically. They could not compete and run with these young men in the field. So in as much as we tried so much to to push for their consideration, the method which was independently adopted by the board locked them out. So my recommendation will be that as a department, and even by way of adding value to the processes of the Public Service Board, we make it mandatory that these laws and provisions on affirmative action should be extended, and they create very visible space for such people. Before the recruitment process starts, we say, if you're hiring 10, set aside 3 positions for these deserving Kenyans who have served for this number of time, they qualify, and they may be disadvantaged for one reason or another, or they may not stand a chance to compete against others. So that will be what I can if I was a commissioner.
Honorable Siala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Waziri and your team, I think you've mentioned something about the ECDs. And in 2024-2025 financial year, the County Assembly of Baringo had a resolution after a lengthy discussion with the executive, actually to convert the contracts of all the ECD teachers into a PNP. It was also further agreed that the entry job group should be job group G. I don't know if you know how much is an employee who is at job group G earns.
Do you mean gross salary or basic?
Gross. Or you can state both. I obey.
Maybe, Chair, as they look for that information,
yes,
can give them more time to just get that data. You can do another question as they get that data, to be specific.
I think this was an activity that was done recently, so you must be having them in your fingertips. Anyway, the reason why I'm asking that is because we are aware and we have evidence that we agreed that they should be paid minimum 24,367, then followed by the allowance, subsequent allowances. But up to date, we are wondering why that resolution is not fully implemented. So we do not know why they are not getting what we agreed. Yet, we actually sacrifice as honorable members of this House to convert monies that were meant for development, I think 2.4 million from each ward to take care of those ECD teachers. So why is it not implemented fully? Number two, currently, how much are we paying each ECD teacher? Currently, how much are we paying them? And because you do not implement that resolution fully, were there some savings that were made? Because if you do not pay them as agreed, the amount that we agreed, then it means there was some amount of money that remained somewhere. So do we have such savings? And whose decision was it not to pay as agreed? If you can answer those questions, then we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. The salary for job group G, the basic salary is 23,700. That's the basic salary. And house allowance is 3850 plus commute allowance of 4,000. And the total is 31,350.
So you want to tell us all the ECD teachers are getting 31,850?
I can see Kiptala want to say something. Kindly proceed.
Chair, allow me to answer on the issue of payments for ECD teachers.
Yes.
Now, there is guidelines that were given by SRC based on job evaluation that was done. And when the communication from the service board came in for implementation of ECD teachers, conversion to pensionable, and fixed term contracts for those who are above 50 years. So the decision was having some progressions for those who are in certificate, that is entry level of job group G, and diploma job group H and J for degree holders. So the amount for job group G was, the maximum of it was 14,123. That is the maximum, plus now the 3,850 and 4,000 for commuter. So that is what an ECD teacher is earning currently, and that is what was implemented in the payroll. Thank you.
Okay, and Banakule, are you aware that there were some ECD teachers that were irregularly dismissed in our county?
Irregular dismissal, Chair, no, I'm not aware of irregular dismissal.
Okay, have you found any appeal or formal complaint from those ECD teachers whom you dismissed?
Yeah, Chair, when you remember, when we were not paying ECD teachers on PNP, many of them absconded. There are those who were not reporting to their stations, and we have a few disciplinary cases which were reported. And those came to the Chirac and also handled at Education Department, and their matters were dispensed, but not irregularly, through due process.
Mr. Kule, we have letters from some of them. Like, I have a letter from Eunice Kiplagat. She complains that she was irregularly terminated, yet he was on a maternity leave. And when you called her to appear before the Chirac, in fact, she came with a 3 days daughter. 3 days daughter. I mean, child to the Chirac committee. Was that really fair? Asking an ECD teacher, mother, who is coming from delivery, to appear before Chirac?
Chair, I wish to confirm that in all the Chiracs that I've sat, there is no staff we have summoned to appear under such circumstances, unless the staff, the said member of staff, appeared before the Departmental Human Resource Advisory Committee, which is a lower level committee. But for Chirac, we are a responsible committee. We cannot allow our ladies to be treated in such a inhumane manner.
Banakule, have a letter. This is a letter directly from the employee.
Yeah, we could see the letter, because also employees have a right to redress, Chair. Once a disciplinary process has been instituted against them, the recommendations of Chirac are just recommendations. The board will give its verdict, but they have a right to appeal. And you know, in the framing of the appeal, they can claim irregular dismissal or however they perceive it. However, I am not privy to the letter, so I'm not able to really discuss so much about that, because I do not have the details. But I want to confirm categorically that there is no ECD teacher who we summoned with a 3-day-old child to our committee.
Okay, Madam Chair, there's a letter to that effect. I think we need to find out further
Honorable Sialo, that is a petition that was brought to this committee.
Yes.
And probably maybe we will allow the CEO as well to have a copy, so that by the time we are interacting with him in the next level, he will be aware of the said stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another staff by the name Egla Toroitich Chepchieng, who was working at Chebunkar Primary School. She claims that she was dismissed unfairly. You did not give her an opportunity to probably explain herself. There was no notice. There was no warning, verbal warning, first warning, show cause letter. But she was suddenly dismissed. Is that the procedure really?
Chair, as I stated earlier, we have, number one, the Chirac meets now monthly, on a monthly basis. And I have very recent memory of most of the deliberations that we discussed. What I want to state is that, number one, our processes are guided by process, by technical persons. We have a Chirac committee and also legal counsel. The county attorney sits as a member of Chirac to advise us. And by the time we make a decision.
I think, let's not explain so much. I'm asking you, was it in order to just dismiss a civil servant just like that? You just wake up one day, appear and you dismiss.
It is not in order,
There
Chair.
is no warning, even if someone has a misconduct.
Yeah.
You're supposed to probably do a warning, second warning, and or even a show cause.
Chair, which is why I'm saying that we have a very elaborate process, a disciplinary process, which we adhere to the letter. And unless I have the advantage of referring to the specifics, I may be referring to an issue, Chair, that I'm not wholly conversant with. Probably it was conversed at DIRAC and concluded there.
Madam Chair, I think that that is another case that we will seek for your guidance, because it seems the chief officer is not aware. But there is a petition to that effect. My other question is that Bwana Waziri and the Chief Officer Kulei, are you aware of a secondment from the Kenya prisons, I think Kabarnet, to your office, HR office?
Yes, I'm aware, Chair.
Was this done procedurally?
To the best of my knowledge, this matter is yet to be concluded. The process of secondment is yet to be concluded.
Who requested for the secondment?
The secondment, Chair, which is what I'm saying, is yet to be concluded. We are yet to get the response from the Kenya Prison Service, because the County Secretary wrote to the Kenya Prison Service, and they have not responded. But
So-
there is a letter.
So it was the County Secretary,
Yes.
who requested for secondment?
I do not think in those processes, Chair, the County Secretary has any place to request for secondment. It is on request of the staff or the organization, which will be the department, not the County Secretary.
You know, with us, we speak what we know and we have evidence, Bwana Kulei. Yes. There's a letter that was written by the County Secretary to the HR, introducing the lady that she's on secondment. Yet there are no formal documents on who was the person who initiated the secondment, and was it granted from the other side, from the national government or not. Someone is in office now 8 months, handling our very serious documents in the HR department, HR data, yet is not properly in the office. There's a letter to that, so I don't know. So you are saying it shouldn't be the PSU is requesting,
Yeah,
but
Chair.
we have a letter.
Yeah.
I don't know if can I read to you the letter?
I'm aware of the letter, Chair. And what I wanted to say, you know, Chair, the question from the Honorable Member was, who is the requester? Or who initiated the process? The letter from the County Secretary, to the best of my knowledge and practice, is not a request of an initiation of placement. It was a direction, communication to HR to place that officer in registry. So the process of placement is it is a very elaborate process and a very clear one. That was not followed, and it is not concluded.
Now the CS wrote the letter to the department, I mean to the office.
Yeah.
Now, who sent the lady to Baringo County to offer that service?
Which is why, Chair, I'm saying that we wrote to the Kenya Prison Service.
You wrote
Yes.
the letter?
through
You
the
yourself?
No, the county secretary is the one who writes external communication.
So, do you have those?
On
Do
behalf
you
of
have
the
the
department?
evidence?
Yes, there is evidence of that.
So you can table
communication.
those documents?
I can table that alongside the other documents tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Another question is...
Honorable Sialo, before you finish, is the lady being paid by Baringo County?
No, Chair, I confirm he's not paid by the Baringo County government.
Thank you. Sialo, proceed.
Barakulei, I know you are the Chief Officer, Devolution, under the Office of the Governor. Are you aware of some 7 employees whose contract were terminated recently? And if my memory serves me well, you were here the other week, and that issue arose. And I don't know, was it right and was it fair for the contract to be terminated almost a year later with no official communication to them, and there is the 30 days notice of termination of contract, yet the contract was terminated just like that?
Yes, Chair, I want to clarify first of all that I'm not the Chief Officer for Devolution and special programs in the Office of the Governor.
Oh.
My colleague, James Chepchegon, is the Chief Officer in charge of Devolution and special programs and in charge of the Governor's Office. My docket is Public Service, Administration, ICT, and E-Government. Nonetheless, Chair, I want to confirm that I'm aware about this case.
Yes.
And as the responsible officer, because these 4 officers, the 7 of them, to give context to it, 2 of them were officers serving in the Public Service Board. They were confirmed through the process of the board. It did come through the department. One other officer is the Director of Human Resource, who was also confirmed. No, it was renewed this contract. The other 4, as I stated in my previous appearance, my last appearance here, Chair, is that the mandate of the department is to ensure proper human resource planning in the department, including forecasting when contracts terminate, and if there is available funds, I make a request for those contracts to be renewed. A responsibility which I undertook, and I confirm that I wrote a letter to the county secretary sometime in September, the first letter for the 4 officers requesting for the extension of their contracts under the terms that they were previously serving. The matter stayed for a while. I wrote a second letter in February on the same matter as the department, to the county secretary, to relay the information to the board. That is the procedure. As the officer in charge of that department, my mandate begins and ends with planning and doing the requisition for contract extension. Once I've written the letter, the process of the board is outside of my purview.
Mr. Clay, I think we need to be we need to be truthful. You were here the other time and you said you wrote a letter to the county secretary seeking for extension of contract of those employees.
Yes.
You did not receive any response for 8 months. Then recently when we did this, Sharon did this motion, the chief of staff did a request to the county secretary of termination of contract of those employees, and immediately the following day, all their contracts were terminated.
Chair, I want to state, I don't think there is contradiction in my statement.
No, you're saying you wrote to the Public Service Board,
through
but the other time you said you wrote to the county secretary.
Chair, the process of writing to the board is through the county secretary. That is what I said, that I write to the county Public Service Board through the county secretary, who then relays that information. My letter goes to the office of the county secretary. So then the county secretary attaches my letter and does another letter to the county Public Service Board to do the renewal process.
So who is supposed to issue the termination letter? Is it the county secretary or the Public Service Board?
Chair, contracts of that nature are they just end on their own, because the terms are clearly spelled out. It was from October 2021 to October 2024. And in September, 1 month before the lapse of those contracts, I wrote a letter so that I process them without disruption of their service provision.
But Kula, you are telling us you requested for extension of these contracts. So if you knew it was self-terminating, why did you request for the extension of the contract?
Because it will terminate before the contracts were ending in 1 month's time.
Yes.
And I actually have the letters, if I can retable them, because I tabled these letters earlier, as requested by the chair of the All House,
Yes,
the
I
committee
think,
of the All
Madam,
House at that time.
you can guide us. You can table the letters.
Yeah.
You can table.
I have the
now,
2 letters. Yeah.
The other staff, the 4.
Yeah.
The 4 staff who used to work under the office of the deputy governor, who is currently the county secretary. Are they still on contract, or their contract also were terminated?
Unless I have the details, and also I think, Chair, I'll need some guidance also on some matters that we discuss here, because as the Chief Officer of Public Service, I have a responsibility to protect my staff. That when we discuss their details, we anonymize or codify so that we do not subject them to undue privacy breaches. So for those data, those staff that for some reason irregularities are suspected to have been conducted in how they've onboarded, my humble and respectful request to the committee is that we also accord them a level of privacy, so that in the event these are innocent staff, and I have a serious responsibility to protect them, so that, and I have a lot of respect for the House.
Kula, do you think you do not have the responsibility to protect them?
Chair, that's why I seek the indulgence of the House, that we are going to discuss the matter, but in a manner that also gives them anonymity and the privacy that they require, because outside there, some of the staff are being labeled and being given names, yet the matters have not been conclusively dealt with, and some of them have gone through processes that are proper and legal to the best of our knowledge. So it is just guidance that I seek. But to as a department and as a chief officer, I submit myself to the assembly, and in public interest also, to ensure that all information required is done, but in a manner also that balances those 2 issues. Respectfully, my submission, Chair.
Before you proceed, Honorable Ayengo, allow Sharon to make few points, and then you proceed to finish your questions as well, Honorable Ayengo.
Mine is on the lady who is on secondment. Would you explain briefly instances whereby people do secondment in public service?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the process of secondment is a practice that is prevalent in government, and it is acceptable practice. We share resources, including human resource. We have instances where, when we require a service of an officer who is serving elsewhere, we do a formal request for secondment, and if the organization, which is government, gives a no objection, then we process the process.
It's not the process, Charles, I was asking for.
Yes.
And let me just, because I know why we usually do this, is when we want to benefit from certain skills from diverse level of, these offices. So this particular person that we have at the company secretary's office, what is she doing there? Which department is she under?
The said officer, Chair, is not in the CS's office. Is an officer posted at the county registry, which is a department under is a section of HR, human resource,
where they are handling private information regarding our employees and all.
Yes, Chair, that is where we keep our employee data and files.
And you've stated to us that the secondment is not yet concluded.
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, because the process has not been finalized.
Would I be right to say that this person is not legally in that office?
To the Chair, if the process is concluded, then we'll have satisfied the procedure. But as at now, I want to say that that process is not properly concluded. So that officer, in the strictest sense of HR management, should not be there.
So, Charles, now that you know that employees' data, and especially names and information, is something that is protected under the Data Protection Act, and this is a person that we don't know where he comes from, he or she comes from, and is handling very serious information regarding our employees, don't you think that is a danger and a lapse in your, who is responsible is this, you said public service?
Yes, I'm the responsible chief officer.
So can you say that you became responsible in that regard, allowing somebody to occupy an office whereby you've not finalized a process?
Chair, this matter was brought to my attention when it was discussed, and I took the liberty to follow up as to how this officer came and where the officer came from. First of all is to establish that who is this officer,
okay,
and where do they come from.
Thank you.
And we have confirmation that it is an officer working in the Kenya Prison Service.
So who brought him there? Who brought that person there?
Chair, this is why I'm asking that the process is not concluded. So the letter that came, I'll need leave of the House to go and get data to that, because I cannot respond to a matter that I did not myself adequately respond, not refusal. I do not have the adequate information to respond to this matter because it was handled and processed at a different level, not my office. And
Whose level was it handled?
My office, I report directly to the CEC,
Yes, CEC.
the County Executive Committee member in charge of devolution, public
Yes.
service. And when
So it was handled at the level of the CCM?
No, not what I was mentioning, my reporting line.
I'm
And
just
when that is
asking,
done,
now that you know, you're privy to the information, just be truthful to
Chair,
us.
if you may indulge me to be truthful.
Yes, just be truthful.
I'm saying that if that matter was brought to my attention through the normal consultative process at the department, it will have come from the office of the CECM. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
An action, something that did not happen for this particular case.
So it did not happen. Okay.
And the letter from the county secretary
Yes.
to the director of HR
Yes.
should have been copied to the CECM and
Okay.
also copied to me, so that I am in know. But the letter is not copied to me, neither copied to the CECM.
Oh, correct.
Yes.
So you are saying that you should ask these questions to the CS?
Yes, the competent office. That
Thank you so much.
Honorable Ngotie, then.
My question is one, that you say that the process has not been completed. My worry is that the process is not completed. Have you assigned the said officer any role?
The officer
is he handling any document, any county government document at the moment?
Chair, in terms of the flow of instruction in the department, the county secretary is head of the public service.
Yes.
And the instruction of the county secretary was to the director of HR to assign that officer duties within the registry. And that is the situation that still holds up to now.
Is she assigned already?
As she has been assigned as supervisor in the department.
And handling documents?
Responsibilities in registry will vary. So unless I clarify exactly
But the process is not complete,
yes,
but already handling government registry.
Posted to the government registry.
And handling some documents there.
Chair,
even a kindergarten kid will know if it is a registry, it is handling some documents, registration, or something to do with that.
Chair, I want to say that what the challenge that we had in our registry, of course, they are data handlers. Everybody
Yes.
who works in the registry is a data handler.
Yes.
So that's what I want to confirm.
So he's handling data.
Yes.
And it's not complete.
Chair, I'll seek your guidance because I have asked that this matter is an issue that originated from a senior office than mine, and it will be proper.
Okay.
And also proper in terms of the structures of government for it to be addressed at that level.
Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Laengo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe so that we conclude the matter that was being asked. I want to, Mr. Kulei, was there any urgent, or was it so urgent that you needed the services of this said officer? You are not aware?
Chair, I said that...
Honorable Laengo, as for the conversations that CEO Kipkulei has been telling us, the only thing that I've realized he mentioned, and I think he mentioned unaware, that he saw a letter that they made a request that that officer be given, the Baringo County made a request that the officer join the registry, the HR registry in our county. And I think we rule it out. That issue goes to the CS directly. Let that matter rest at there. Kindly proceed with your questions.
I stand guided, Madam Chair. Maybe another question is, Mr. Kipkulei, when we were in Kabartonjo, sub-county hospital, we were told of 2 employees formerly from the DG's office, the second term from a DG's office. They were taken to Kabartonjo sub-county hospital. Are you aware of such employees?
Chair, I'll need to have the details so that we are able to, because the staff at the hospital are many, I may not be aware of that. I'm not aware. Kabartonjo sub-county hospital.
Yes, 2 employees.
Chair, I'm not aware of those.
And there were chefs in the kitchen of.
Chair, I'm not aware because my assumption is that those postings were done before we came.
You know, the current CS was formerly the DG.
Yes, I think then we could ask that office because we don't have that information with us, unless I go and confirm.
Well, we shall.
Honorable Ayango, we are noting those points. We trace that there. We will address the CS when you'll be there.
Yes.
Okay, kindly proceed
Correct.
with your questions.
Correct. Now, it will go to this. You are handling all the matters to do for the CS. CEC, sorry, CEC. Now,
Honorable Ayango, Honorable Sialo is coming up again that you don't close that matter because he has a point to address before you go to your questions.
Thank you, Madam. I think I had not concluded my asking my questions. My last question, Kulei, is we had staff under the office of the previous governor, the Department of GDU, and there's a complaint that some of them, their contract were terminated, while one of them was actually transferred to be the MD Chemasusu. So why is it that one staff, his contract was extended, while the others, their contract was terminated?
Chair, I think for the GDU, which is now the SDU, these are staff who work under tenure that is tied to the term of the serving governor, and the staff who served in the previous GDU, their terms lapsed on in 2022, August. So, Chair, when these contracts lapsed, even if there was to be, you cannot transfer somebody whose contract has lapsed because you have to issue a new contract or renew a new contract. And Chair, tenure staff are employed at the office of the governor. So to the best of my knowledge, Chair, all the contracts for all staff who served under the GDU lapsed. The officer who remained and served in a different capacity was subjected to a different recruitment process because, and that is a totally different issue that is not tied to their serving during the GDU period. So GDU terms ended with their contracts, and I also, Chair, the staff who served in the GDU signed contracts that ended with the term of the governor, and there was no provision for renewal unless those discussions were done if the term of the governor would have been renewed, if he had won re-election. But once the new governor and the new government came in, these are tenure staff. All of us understand who tenure staff are. They are staff who work for the governor and at the pleasure of the governor to support the office of the governor, and they are tied to the term of the governor.
Thank you, Kulei. I think Kurere was transferred. He is serving under the same job group. And if you are sure that he was taken through a different recruitment process, then we want you to probably supply us or table the termination of contract of that particular person before he was recruited to the new job. So kindly provide the termination of contract of one Kurere that allowed him to be taken afresh in the other department. So that one will actually confirm what you are saying. Otherwise, I think.
Chair, in HR parlance, there's something we say that a term contract is, your employment letter is also your termination letter. Because when you finish a contract, it states when your contract ends. And you sign acceptance that I accept these terms. So staff who serve under term contracts have what we call self-executing contracts. When you are told your term will end by the end of this month, you do not need a termination letter because you cannot terminate a process that is self-executing. The person that I can terminate is someone who is on PNP, or I terminate a contract that is yet to lapse. If you have 1 year to go, I can terminate you midway. But I cannot terminate you when your contract is already lapsed, and especially where there is no provision for renewal. Therefore, which is why I'm saying that Mr. Kurere, alongside all the other officers, had contracts that lapsed in August 2022, and if Mr. Kurere was given another contract, it was under new terms and under a new hiring procedure, which also, Chair, I will ask respectfully that this matter is with the board. It is a process of renewal is with the board. But what we can do as a department, because Chemususu Water Company has a board, this is the water department is the one which can then give us the genesis of who requisitioned, who asked for him to come here, and also the board can give that. But I can, as the chief officer in charge of public service, I will ask my colleagues to supply that information, and then we see. But what I want to firmly state is that
finally,
no
as I conclude, Madam Chair, you've mentioned on these tenure employees.
Yeah.
It is evident that the first governor had the team, the tenure team, but they were confirmed to PNP, and we know them.
Yeah.
I believe you also know them.
Yes, I know.
They are there. So why was they brought in, yet their contract had ended?
Chair,
now, so that you answer me, why is it that the staff that worked under immediate former Governor Kiptis are the only ones who went home? The ones who worked under the DG, who is currently the CS, are in office. Some of them are on PNP. Well, the only team that went home was those who were working under the Kiptis. The first regime of Cheboy confirmed the tenure employees. Those who worked under the DG's office, well, those who worked under the governor himself. So is it fair? So that omission, I think that action contravenes the Constitution of Kenya 2010. For Article 41, the right to give them fair hearing. 47 is administration. The Employment Act 207 on the issue of notice before termination and the protection from unfair dismissal and entitlement compensation.
Thank you, Chair. I want to state first that the government that we work and serve is not a vindictive government, and does not optimize the character of its staff based on the regimes when they were on board of the government. And secondly, to state that any officer who has been recruited and properly employed in the county government through proper process has a right to employment, irrespective of where they served before or even political affiliation. Therefore, there are instances where you can advertise you are inside the government serving under different term. When you apply or you get consideration, then my appeal, Chair, is that we should not victimize such staff, because everybody is seeking opportunity, right to employment, and serving as a tenure staff does not disqualify you from getting a better position. The only right that we keep is that due process was followed, that there is no evidence of discrimination or unfair treatment, but on the issues of the staff who have served, even there are others who were in the first term of the first regime, who were in the governor term, and they went home. Some have never come back. They sought greener pastures, and that is the standard practice. When you serve in an employment under fixed contract, your expectations are within that period of the contract. Whatever happens beyond the termination of your contract, which I said, and I want to repeat that, Chair, we do not terminate contracts of staff. They end on the day that is indicated in that contract. unless you are serving and you are maybe in a few months or years remaining, then you can write a termination letter. Otherwise, if this staff went through a proper process, which then the board can demonstrate, or it is up to the board to demonstrate.
I think that's enough, but it's clear that there was discrimination.
I may not comment
and
on
even
that.
The other, you were here the other time and confirm the staff that whose contract was terminated recently after you had requested for renewal were in office 8 months, almost a year. So are you going to pay for their services that they rendered within that particular period of time?
Chair, I want to say that my office undertook its proper mandate with regards to the 4 staff, and the expectation that we had was that they will be renewed as we did for any other staff. For the consultations and the processes that took place beyond that letter, that is beyond the mandate of my office, and it is not something that, Chair, I can discuss at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Sialo. Honorable Ango, kindly proceed as we conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will go straight away to our Chief Officer. Chief Officer, what is a total wage bill of this county, including the casual staff?
Okay, Chair, maybe just to give the exact figure, just give me a minute. I just refer to my document. I can take another question as I read.
And what is the percentage of the wage bill in this county?
The wage bill percentage is at 48%. That is the wage bill. I was getting the data, the exact number of the... For casual staff, I mentioned that, Chair, we have the ones which we are managing at the Department of Public Service is 34 million. That is the one we are handling across all sub-counties and the municipalities, the Department of Water, and also the staff.
Kipule, can you confirm that the 48% is inclusive of the casual?
No. When we calculate the wage bill, we calculate based, Chair, on the personnel emoluments, the specific component of personnel emoluments. The money that is allocated for casuals is listed outside because it is not within the IPPD. If you list it in the IPPD, then it creates a variance in the accounting for the personnel emoluments, because IPPD then will have a very big number of staff who are paid outside the payroll, which is irregular.
Yeah, that is what I want.
Yeah.
You know, it is still taxpayers' money that we are using to pay, even if it is outside the IPPD.
Yeah.
I wanted the total amount or the percentage.
Yeah.
Those in IBBD and those outside IBBD, so that we actually know in this county how much of our revenue goes to wages and salaries.
Actually, Chair, also, it's no longer IPPD, it's called IRIS, and that is the system that is being used. Okay, Chair, on a monthly basis, we pay staff a total of 290 million for personnel emoluments, which translates to 3.48 billion in a financial year. That is what we pay for personnel emoluments, that is salaries for staff in the IRIS system.
In percentage?
In percentage, is what I said, is the 48% of our total budget. But now,
inclusive of the casual staff?
Plus casuals will be, you'll add 34 million, so that will be 3.51 billion. Chair.
I also know that 34 million is exclusive of also those working in our hospitals and dispensaries.
Yes, Chair.
Am I right?
Yes, Chair.
So it could still go up?
The figure could still go up.
Nevertheless, let me go to my last question. Now, supposing today, or imagine today, you are with our CEC Health. Imagine today, which I will say, God forbid, all the casual workers decide not to report on duty or to go on a strike. Do you think what will happen?
Chair, I think which is why in my opening statement I said that in my very considered opinion, 80% of the work that is being undertaken by casual staff should be done by contract staff who have a contractual obligation to the county. Therefore, if all of them decide that they are downing their tools, there will be a total service paralysis in Baringo County government because they provide very critical services. And I mentioned that in proper HR practice, essential services, critical services and sensitive services should not be undertaken by casuals because should anything happen, you have no contractual agreement or obligation to that staff and you cannot hold them to any account.
But it is good, CEO, you are coming, all of you are coming to your senses. Yeah. That even in water department, we are people who are totally strangers, but they handle machinery worth over 60 million. Yeah. When we go to even to the hospital, we have those contractual staff who are in ICU. Yes. They take care of people's lives. Yeah. And so it goes on, even the machinery in the transport sector and the rest. Yeah. This is a wake-up call for us in Baringo, that we should take these casuals seriously. And imagining 8 months down the line, they have not got any salary, and those are peanuts. Yet you are saying there will be total paralysis if they decide to go on a strike, which of course they don't have a union. So the union should be us. We should fight for them. We should make sure that their rights are not violated. Otherwise, it is good. You are actually realizing that we should actually do something for them so that they also behave, they also look like any other human beings. So that we don't, this is abuse of Nene. We are misusing them in simple terms. We are abusing them, knowing very well that us serving for 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, they are no longer casual workers. So it is a wake-up call for us, for all of us, for all of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Laengo. Honorable Kakimon, conclude in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to ask the CEO of Public Service and Devolution that there is this workers working in Lake Baringo known as snake handlers. Are they within your docket?
Chair, they are within the docket of tourism.
Tourism.
Yeah.
Now, why are they not earning risk allowance? Because snake handler, nobody can handle a snake. And this is a person that was employed in this country to handle snakes. And we earn money as a county, a lot of money in fact. And this person is not paid risk allowance. Are we doing fair to those people?
Chair.
And all of them are under you, or?
Okay, Chair, I think those staff are permanent staff, but as to the reason why they do not have a risk allowance, my colleague, Mr. Ayabei, who handles the payroll, will properly tell us why.
Thank you. In paying salaries, we are guided by the SRC circulars, and the SRC circulars are configured in the payroll, and the risk allowance for those officers are not provided by the SRC.
Surely. Chair, I think this is something that is subject to discussion on humanitarian perception.
Honorable Kakimon, let me rule that we will go direct to the Department of Tourism, and we know the means and ways that we reach that department. We conclude this session. Kindly the Sergeant at Arms escort the devolution team and work in the CEC Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Thank you. Waziri Health, I wanted to give you an opportunity and you requested through my clerk that you need to have a break. Proceed to give me a guideline.
I showed the break.
Probably you work in with the Sergeant at Arm and you work in with your staff directly. I'm giving you 2 minutes.
Yeah, so.
Sergeant at Arm, can you escort the team out?
Mwejo uko na siasa iko maneno. Iko
process by technical persons. We have a Chirac committee and also legal counsel. The county attorney sits as a member of Chirac to advise us. And by the time we make a decision.
I think, let's not explain so much. I'm asking you, was it in order to just dismiss a civil servant just like that? You just wake up one day, appear and you dismiss.
It is not in order,
There is no warning, even if someone has a misconduct.
Yeah.
You're supposed to probably do a warning, second warning, and or even a show cause.
Chair, which is why I'm saying that we have a very elaborate process, a disciplinary process, which we adhere to the letter. And unless I have the advantage of referring to the specifics, I may be referring to an issue, Chair, that I'm not wholly conversant with. Probably it was canvassed at DIRAC and concluded there.
Madam Chair, I think that that is another case that we will seek for your guidance because it seems the chief officer is not aware. But there is a petition to that effect. My other question is that Bwana Waziri
and I have very recent memory of most of the deliberations that we discussed. What I want to state is that, number one, our processes are guided by process, by technical persons. We have a Chirac committee and also legal counsel. The county attorney sits as a member of Chirac to advise us. And by the time we make a decision.
I think, let's not explain so much. I'm asking you, was it in order to just dismiss a civil servant just like that? You just wake up one day, appear and you dismiss.
It is not in order,
There
Chair.
is no warning, even if someone has a misconduct.
Yeah.
You're supposed to probably do a warning, second warning, and or even a show cause.
Chair, which is why I'm saying that we have a very elaborate process, a disciplinary process, which we adhere to the letter. And unless I have the advantage of referring to the specifics, I may be referring to an issue, Chair, that I'm not wholly conversant with. Probably it was canvassed at DIRAC and concluded there.
Madam Chair, I think that that is another case that we will seek for your guidance because it seems
Sergeant at Arm,
the
proceed.
chief officer is not aware. But there is a petition to that effect. My other question is that
Members, other members, I'm the chair to this committee, and Waziri, I'm aware of your department. Kindly introduce yourselves. If the two CEOs are absent, you just wake up and walk out of this house.
Can I give an explanation?
And before I make a rule, before you walk out, if you have the documents that you're supposed to table as per our letter, kindly table them and walk out. Sergeant Atam, by the actions of the CEC, it's true that the two chief officers are not around. Kindly walk them out. Sergeant Atam, as you walk out, kindly walk in the CEC Agriculture and Livestock and Fisheries.
The officers, or junior officers.
Huyu ni kuna
Honorable Ngati, what is your point of information?
I just wanted to know that you are okay, because I've seen Honorable Kipkurui there, and there seems to have been scuffles somewhere. Are you okay?
I'm okay, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Honorable Sialo?
Thank you. I don't know who is Honorable Kipkurui.
Honorable Ngati, kindly elaborate about the Honorable Member who is Kipkurui. Honorable Sialo is not aware.
No, not Kipkurui Sialo, but just mention his name. Honorable Kipkurui is MCA Kapropita.
Full names for the MCA Kapropita?
Alex Kidole Kipkurui.
Honorable Sialo, it's clear that it's not Mark Kipkurui Sialo, it's Alex Kipkurui.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Laengo?
before they come in,
before you could proceed,
agriculture.
Sergeant Atam, kindly confirm if the CEC, agriculture, livestock and fisheries are ready, and if they're not ready, please walk in the CEC roads and transport.
What will happen, Honorable Chair, to the team who has just left, or the CEC who has just left?
It's left to these committees to sit after the rise of this session to make a decision, and we will communicate to them officially.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Proceed, Sergeant Atam. CEC, Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Karibuni sana. I'm the chair, Ad Hoc Public Service, and my members kindly introduce yourselves.
I'm Honorable Locales, the vice chair of this committee.
Max Hialo, a member of this committee.
Aengwa John, member of this committee.
Wesley Lekakimon, member of this committee.
Sharon Keter, a member of this committee.
Julius Ngotier, member of this committee.
And we have our staff here, Tekeyua, Kondira and Karanja, and our Sergeant Atam Daniel. CEC, proceed to introduce yourself and your team as our clerks prepare to take an oath.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rispa Chepkonga, the CEC for Agriculture, Livestock and Blue Economy, and with me.
CEC, sorry for cutting you short. I have a member behind my members. Kindly introduce yourself so that we proceed.
Honorable Chair, I'm Alex Kiprono Kurui, a friend to this committee. Thank you.
And a chair, Agriculture. Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you, and thank you for that. My name is Rispa Chepkonga, the CEC for Agriculture, Livestock and Blue Economy. And with me, I will allow them to introduce themselves.
I'm Wendot Chemjor, the Chief Officer, Livestock and Blue Economy.
Honorable Chair, my name is Abuje Vincent. I'm the County Director, Agriculture.
My name is Okeo Mofile, the County Director in charge of Fisheries.
Honorable members, my name is Dr. Kiptume Simon, County Director of Veterinary Services.
Honorable members, my name Philip Kemboy Tuike.
The CEC and the chief officers are allowed to take the oath. Okay, Honorable Sialo first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Waziri, would like to know where is your other chief officer?
and she had a dental filling, so that would be very difficult for her to join us and speak. So because of that, he will stand in for her.
Okay.
Honorable Lucales. Members, as you can see, most of our CECs have come in, meeting with the chief officers, and this is the second time we have our chief officer who is sick. And I'm seeking, I want you to make comments on this before we proceed. I'm allowing you members to make comments about that issue. If we continue with the Waziri, with one chief officer, so that I stand guided before I make a ruling. Honorable Lucales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a fair one compared to health, that the CEC came with the junior staff. At least we have a chief officer in charge of livestock and a director in charge of agriculture. I think those one can handle the case. But nonetheless, Chair, it should be prudent when this committee or any committee of assembly makes a request to appear for the department, the substantive chief officers and the CEC must appear in persons. Thank you.
Honorable Sharon Keter for gender comment, so that I make a ruling.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm lost for words, but if someone is sick, honestly, and is a public servant, we could probably get probably a letter, and I'm sure the CCM could produce that to us, so that we're sure that we are not absconding duty. Because even today, as I sit here, I'm really sick, but I'm pushing myself because of the work that is before us.
Madam Waziri, I allow you to proceed. Since the other CEO is here, I'm sure he's going to take the responsibility of the CEO is absent, and I expect that we will not make comments about the CEO who is absent and will not get answers. I'm hoping that we'll get a comprehensive report from the two of you. Thank you. Proceed, Clerk.
I'm a Christian. Chair, I'm a Christian, yes. Yes, the Bible. I don't think there's any other book other than the Bible. Would you like me to start? He asked whether I'm a Christian, Chair, so I am.
Honorable Ngatia, kindly have a seat, Waziri, as Honorable Ngatia makes a comment.
You know, I think we should not talk badly about other religion. We respect the Bible. And from there is a Quran, which is also holy. So I don't think the CEC is correct to say there is only one holy Bible, and we have a Quran there. Let us swear with the Bible, which we agree is holy. But we cannot talk badly about others. Even not mentioning, but you can say it tactically.
Honorable Ngatia, I'm noting that concern, and Waziri, please be guided.
Okay. I did answer that I'm a Christian, he asked. So is it the Bible? I said yes. I'm sorry for that.
Proceed, Madam Waziri.
Hi, Mrs. Okay. I, Mrs. Chepkonga, do swear solemnly that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
I, Wendot Chemjor, do solemnly swear that everything that I'll say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, but nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
If the director is representing the CEO, Milka, kindly take the vote.
It's okay if you're right.
I, Vincent Abuje, do solemnly swear that everything that I say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Madam Waziri, you proceed to take up, to lead the team. Kindly introduce yourself, your qualification, your experience as Honorable Ayengo proceed to ask questions.
Chair, I stand.
Kindly have a seat, Madam Waziri.
My name is Chepkonga Rispa. I am the CEC for Agriculture, Livestock and Blue Economy. You want my qualification? Yes. My experience, I have worked over 30 years now. 2.5 years as a CEC, but the other ones as in charge of marketing at Simlo Seeds, and trained as an agricultural officer, and I have an MSc in marketing.
Honorable Laingwa, proceed to ask your questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable CEC, how many casuals or contractual staff do you have in your department?
Thank you, Chair. We have 25 casuals.
Well, are you able to provide the number of years in which everyone has worked as a casual?
Chair, yes, we have. We have them listed.
Are you able to table before our chair?
Okay.
Madam Waziri, proceed to table.
Okay. I give this.
Honorable Ayengo, proceed. I can confirm that she has tabled the documents with the requirements.
Thank you. What is your role, CEC, in engagement of casuals or contractual staff or even volunteers? Because I believe you have them.
We have, Chair.
What role do you play?
As a head of department, when we have our meetings as a department, we look at what is prevailing as a task. Like when we have the show, we have a budget in the show where we have to take casuals because of the activity that we have. Agriculture is quite seasonal, so we take casuals according to the seasons that we have.
Could you outline the standard procedure of recruiting of the same casuals? What is the standard procedure?
For the casuals, Chair, depending, like when we had the women, the first lady launching the kitchen garden at Elder Maravin ATC, then we use the casuals who are there depending on the work that is there. And then when the activity is done, then they get paid according to the money that has been budgeted for that activity, and they leave. So we take the casuals as per the activity and per the region that the activity is happening.
Do you have policy that is helping in guiding or governing the engagement of casuals?
Let me consult that, Chair. So the guiding is just the work that is there. I have not seen a policy yet. We are working on that.
We don't have a policy.
I can say that.
That is why we can even have a casual or contractual staff for more. Who is your oldest?
Chair, I've seen one of 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. But then the work is, because of experience, they come and go over that period of time.
They come and go.
Depending on the work, the seasonality.
The 7 years, they come and go. What do you mean?
Chair, when the work is there, they do the work, and for the tractor, for the work that is there, like at the showground, the shows have been there since like 100 years. They are celebrating, so that time has been that they come for the show. They prepare. When the show is over, they leave. Then they come back again when the period comes again.
7 years. Why do you call it 7 years? I thought that you could say in need basis.
It is in need basis, Chair.
But you are saying you have engaged for. Are there staff that you pay monthly?
Yes. Because at the ATC and at the AMS, yes, they are there.
So it is true you have staff that you engage in a monthly basis, correct?
Yes, Chair.
Is there any database or list of pre-qualified casual workers and how are their vacancies for casual positions communicated to the public or potential applicants? How do you fish them from wherever they are so that you engage?
Chair, the list I have provided, and some of the qualifications are listed on that list that I have provided. That is a reference that I have provided.
Now, what steps have you always taken to ensure transparency, fairness, and credibility in the engagement of casuals? Do they hand the same?
Chair, depending on the work that they do, yes, we are very fair because even the national government has a laid down structure, like if it is for a plumber, if they are fixing, then the rates are provided. So we are fair in what we pay.
Do you think we are remunerating them well?
In fairness, your chair, we do that because the wages are provided on what they are supposed to.
How much is your casual worker the highest? How much is he or she?
Let me consult that, just because we have those in town and those in the villages.
On that note, Madam Waziri, because I am not sure if you have it, I would like in the next this document to be accompanied by the paymaster, because I know if they are casuals, most of the documents that were produced else it's accompanied with the paymaster, so that we're able to see those information clearly here.
Thank you, Chair. We shall provide that.
Thank you.
Last but not least, Madam CEC, who normally signs employment forms for the permanent staff?
Chair, the permanent staff are employed by the service board.
The letters that I know when they are reporting to you or your department for deployment, whose signature appears in their employment forms?
The county secretary does that, and we are given to deploy them to the stations.
The county secretary?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Once they are employed, the chairman of the public service board writes to the county secretary, and then they are now given to us as a department.
So whoever signs the letters is not the county secretary?
Sorry, Chair, I seem to be a bit confused on that. Let me just consult on again.
Let's say an example of the latest employment that happened, the 123 that was advertised by your department. Can you kindly enlighten just the procedure that took until those people report to the work? As simple as the question. CEO, please proceed.
So, Honorable Chair, we did follow the procedure as guided by the Public Service Board.
CEO be guided. I just said, I just cited an example of 123. Just tell me, after being recruited, they got the job, they want to, whoever were employed, what happened after the Public Service Board did their work?
After the public service did their work, for the 123, they gave us, actually they wrote to us from the chair to the county secretary for us to deploy. And we did deploy the 123.
Honorable Ayango, proceed to, because I know you are probing exactly, you know what you want to know.
Yes, normally when you are employed, even by Teacher Service Commission, there is a signature. Who signs the letters that are those? For example, today I've been employed, I'm deployed. I bring a letter to you. Who signs that letter? Those employees, the 123. Who signed their letters?
And if you don't know, you just say, I don't know, because we want to, you're taking a lot of time over a small issue. Please, Waziri,
It's the
let's
CS
finish.
who does that?
Well, let's,
Ayango.
Madam Chair, let's restart that.
Ayango, proceed if you're done.
I'm done, I'm done, Madam
I
Chair.
will allow Honorable Lekakimon to proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I have only 2 questions, and most of these questions are direct and clear. Waziri, when was the casuals paid their monthly wages? When are they paid their monthly wages? The casuals.
If it is at the ASK show, then they are paid as soon as that activity is complete.
So once the activity ends, you pay them?
We pay them.
So you don't have issues of delayed payments of these casuals?
Chair, we have some delays at the AMS and the ATC sometimes because the money now goes to their fund, and when it delays, then it delays every other activity. So that's where the delay is. But where it is like budgeted, like the Kimalel or whatever activity that we have that it ends, then yes. But for the AMS and ATC, where they depend now on the money or the funds being transferred to their account, sometimes there are delays.
Do you have budget for them?
The ATC and the AMS, yes, they do.
Then why the delays when there is a budget for those casuals? Why do you delay their dues when you have a budget for them?
Chair, the delays are from Treasury sometimes in remitting these funds.
Okay. Now, are the casuals currently active as active contracts? Do they have active contracts, the casuals? Those who are contracted?
The contracted ones are contracted, Chair, but the casuals do not have contracts.
So they are not active in their places of work? Is it active?
The casuals will be called when the activity is there, Chair, but for the ones with contract, then they have contracts.
Okay, question number 2. Kindly elaborate to this committee the staff establishment of your department. How many of your staff have retired for the last 2 financial years?
Chair, I will table that.
Allowed Waziri, kindly table.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you replaced them? Those who have retired, have they been replaced?
Chair, as they retire, we've made a request that we be allowed to replace them because they, as the year falls, they retire. We have some who have retired recently and others are to retire, and our request is that we be allowed to replace them.
So we have not replaced them.
We have made a request, they have not been replaced.
Does the department have succession plan?
We do, but in terms of writing to public service to the CS so that they can be replaced, we've done that. Yes, we've done.
So you have a succession plan?
We do have a succession plan, yes.
Okay.
Honorable Locales.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take Waziri through some few questions. Waziri, recently, in the recent past, you received, your department received new staff. How many are they?
There are 148.
148.
Yes.
How many did you request?
We requested at that time 123, but as Mheshimiwa was asked, others have been retiring, and the request at the time when they were completing.
No, that's okay. I just want to know, you received 148, but you requested 123. How many were advertised? The position which were advertised?
Let me table that also, because
You want to tell me, Madam Waziri, you are very blank about this department, because I can see from the start of this conversation, forever, you are conversing. Does it mean that you are not up to date with the information?
Chair, since you allowed us to come with a technical team, it's good to consult. So
But honestly, Madam Waziri, like the question Mheshimiwa is asking, it doesn't need consultation because it's direct and it's recent.
I appreciate that I am allowed to consult, Chair. Thank you.
You are allowed, but Waziri, there are questions. You know, even you need to be, as a Waziri, you don't take the position and consoling all the time. The honorable member is just asking questions. How many did you advertise? As simple as that, as the department, because it's you who requested for the employees that you wanted. So I don't think that it really needs consultation.
The Chair, I have responded, and I appreciate it.
Let's proceed.
I
You
said
wanted to table?
the intent of that time, yes.
Kindly table. Madam Waziri, according to, if my record serves me well and the people of Baringo, it is evident and clear that Service Board, Baringo Public Service Board, advertised 123 positions, of which you have accepted, you requested for. But when they were posting, you were given 148. The 123 went through the normal interview process. They were interviewed, the advertisement went, they applied, they were interviewed, and finally they were given letters to be posted. And you posted them. Why the discrepancy of 25? Where is the supplementary advertisement for the 25 agriculture and livestock workers, the veterinary officers and agriculture officers, who were added to your list of 123 to 148? Did you have the budget?
Out of the retirees that were there were so many applicants, but I believe Service Board are in a better position actually to respond to that. Because
So-
even then, we haven't received the number because it was according to the budget. So we haven't received the adequate number to replace for the many years that have been there. There have not been many agricultural team being employed for many years. So
That's
we are
true.
really fallen short.
That is true.
Yes.
But that doesn't justify when your team, when you have a vacancy, that doesn't justify to bring on board people who are not the positions which were not advertised. You could have finished with the 123, then again advertise 50 or 80 or 100 for transparency and accountability and also fairness to the people of Baringo. How do we know the 25 people if they are not relatives to yourself, the service board, and the county secretary? Because it's your department.
The staff I received are qualified, Chair. I'm sure they are related to all of us because they are from Baringo. And they have been posted adequately to the stations that are there.
So, Honorable Locales, allow Mheshimiwa Ayango to interject.
Madam CEC, do you think that is the legal procedure of hiring workers? You give an intern of 123. You are given 149. Why did you not give out the intern of 149?
At the time
This afterthought came when? Was there massive transfer? And even if there was massive transfer or retirement of workers, why couldn't we follow the legal procedures of employing? First of all, answer me the first one. Is that a legal way of employing workers?
Chair, let me be guided because it is service board who does the employment.
So, Chair.
As I finish, sorry, Chair. So I think, Madam CC, wash your hands.
Yes, don't justify.
Now mkono yako, songa kando. These are illegalities which we cannot accept. We can't watch. We can't watch. If there is any example of corruption, this is the one. I rest my case, Madam Chair.
Honorable Locales, proceed.
I think the CEC wanted to justify to this committee why the board brought 148 instead of 123. But my good friend here has really asked and tasked you, is it the right procedure? Do you think it was right to add the 25? Let us start from there.
I have no response to that. But what I would say, the staff that are in my department are fully engaged. As of the procedure, I believe it's the service board who will respond to that.
But because you're a senior professional, is it right to add employees on top of what was advertised?
I have no response to that, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Locales, proceed.
I think, Chair, I will not proceed because seems Waziri is not ready to communicate, and therefore, I think I raised also my case. The committee should take up the matter.
Honorable Sharon Keter.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll still go back to the same question of whereby there was an advert saying that you're going to employ a certain number of staff in your department. Number one, I want to know, before they employ, do you usually make a recommendation as a CEC of that department saying that we lack this specific number of people and we want to employ? Do you do that?
We do that, Chair.
In this particular situation, did you do the same?
We did the same, and the constraint was the budget, because the need for staff is actually there.
You did the same. How many people did you want them to be employed?
At that time, according to the budget, it is 123.
How many people are employed?
148.
148. We just don't need to run away from situations. And the advert was for how many people?
I have tabled that.
You can, okay.
Honorable Waziri, through the chair, just answer the honorable member, Honorable Sharon, because she's the one asking you questions.
Okay, the one that you've tabled, how many people? were supposed to be recruited?
123.
123.
Yes.
A civil servant of a very high reputation like you, from where you sit, when an advert says that you should employ 123 people, and then you go ahead and employ 140 people, as a responsible citizen and somebody, a daughter of Baringo County, do you think that is okay?
Chair, I want to constrain myself from responding to that because at that time I said, you know, staff retire, not at one particular time.
Madam Rispa, I have a lot of respect for you, and I want you to just answer my question as I'm asking. Do you think when it's okay for an advert to say 123 people and then we get 140, and knowing that usually before you employ, there's that budgetary allocation for that particular recruitment, is that okay at your level? From your level, do you think that would be okay? Just say yes or no.
I choose to keep quiet, Chair.
You can't keep quiet, and you are holding a very serious position in this Baringo County government. Okay, would you think we should ask this question?
I believe the service board.
The service board. But so you don't want to answer because you don't want to fault anybody. That is how we cover up situations, which is quite irresponsible of public servants. So in these instances, and knowing the problems that we have on how we engage casual workers in Baringo County, what would be your recommendation? How can we sort out the issues that we have?
I believe we need more allocation of funds so that we are able to run the departments more adequately. Because there is growth in the areas that we have engaged in over the period of time. Like we are looking forward to open Mao, yes, there will be a need and a vacancy then to employ them. So it means with growth, then we need more funds so that we can engage more people there.
I like how the fact that you can even come up with an idea that, yes, we need funds, but when something wrong is done, like recruiting more, you can't give an opinion on something that is very straightforward, Madam Rispa. Madam Rispa, or to Mr. Wendot, I have a question for you.
Before you proceed, Honorable Locales, I would like to ask Madam Waziri, among the 123 that were able to be employed, is there any casual who got an opportunity to be employed?
And if they applied, I believe they went through.
Madam Rispa, you know very well you have casuals and you know them by name in your list. And I'm just asking a simple question. Was even one casual able to be employed, and probably they had the qualification?
Majority at that time who got the opportunity were volunteers who had worked in the department in the categories of the interviews that were conducted. So those who went through, they were able to get it. And if the casuals were there, yes.
Thank you, Madam Waziri. Locales, proceed, Mheshimiwa.
I think I was to finalize my question before Honorable Sharon requested to interject. Madam Rispa, the committee has received numerous complaints from the members of public when we visited sub-counties. Went to all sub-counties of Baringo, and we received complaints valid from youths that some of those who were recruited recently, some of them did not have requisite qualifications to some departments. For instance, someone was given to head leather and what the department or position, yet he did not train in that. Another one did not even train to be a veterinary or a livestock officer. He was an general agriculture, and he was taken to veterinary and livestock. Are you aware of such a cases? Those are just a few. I wanted you to make it clear. Are you aware?
Thank you, Chair. We are aware especially of the letter, but I would like my colleague to clarify because there is an interconnect in terms of them carrying out their task, in terms of their training.
Madam Chair, when the intern went out of veterinary of leather technology, the intern indicated that he or she can be an environmentalist or a leather technologist. For this case, we took somebody with an environmental because there was no one for leather.
But Baringo, do you mean in Baringo we don't have people with such a qualifications?
We have the interns with us, and
Yes.
it's very clear. It indicates that this job is specifically for production, for example.
Yes.
It's for production. We say we want range animal science, dairy science, and the environmentalist is part of that leather.
The young people of Baringo say
Yes.
during the time of shortlisting, those with the requisite qualification were locked out so that they could not compete with those who were already in the radar of the system.
Madam Chair, I don't think that is right. It's not right. We did it competitively, and that's why we arrived at getting an environmentalist as a leather technologist.
Honorable Layango, proceed while Honorable Locales wish to wind
Madam
up.
Chair, is this part of the extra above 123, the one you are talking about, or in the bracket of 123?
Sorry, the letter one. It was in the initial list of 123.
Is in the list of 123?
The first 123.
The one you are now talking about, environmentalist, is
Yes.
Is he with the 123 or the extra?
123.
Okay. Now, what happens, I know, when they are reporting to you, at least you place them according to their professional qualifications. If we can sum or collect all their documents, is what Honorable Lokale is saying, is will it be lying to you that it is said there are those who are posted but have no qualifications?
Of environmentalists.
Not only one.
Okay, let me just go to another one, of production. When we look, we can employ an officer who did agriculture general as production, but not the other way around. So I know those are the sites, what Honorable Locales is citing. An agriculture officer can be an more production officer.
I know we are even debating.
But, yeah.
We are even debating an illegality, by the way.
Yes.
But we just want to know, because it's just an illegality. The extra ones are not, they are not actually legally employed, because what we are following is the 123. The 123. Baringo people, are they aware that the number was escalated to 148? Are they aware?
Well, let me put it correctly, because it was not advertised. Then most of them are not aware.
They are not aware.
Yes.
So this one came through the back.
But for the 123, I have all the intents here, and I can even.
We have no dispute about the 123.
Okay.
Even God in heaven can attest. But these extra ones is actually what we are after. That is why corruption is so high in Baringo. It's part of corruption.
Honorable Kakimon. Before you proceed, Madam Waziri, I can see you have the intent, the one for 123. Kindly table the document. Honorable Kakimon.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask the CEO that the 123 positions that you intended to be given the qualified officers, out of the 23, how many positions did not meet the required members? Because you mentioned of the letter that the person that was considered is an environmentalist. You mentioned of production. The one that was replacing the production, did he have that knowledge, that qualification? So how many of the position you requested did not meet the right personnel to work there?
All of them met.
So how did you?
Of course, we went as per the intent, which was advertised, and they advertised, and we took the right technical officers to do interview them, and they picked on the right people.
So how did you end up taking an environmentalist in a position that requires?
Madam Chair, I've just explained that the environmentalist is rightly placed as a leather technologist.
So are you sure?
Leather is not leather. It is we go as per the intent.
So are you sure that position was not predetermined?
Honorable Locales, as the, Honorable Leka Kimon, he has tabled the intent of that, the said job description. Kindly let's proceed with Honorable Locales. We will check from here and make a ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me finalize by bringing to the attention of Mr. Wendot and RISPA, CEC RISPA, that we have here Kenyans from Baringo who have written a memorandum to this committee. Tito K. Chebiegon, Daniel Komen have written to this committee that with their qualification they have shared, they have attached to this committee. Another one is with the veterinary technology certificate of registration. These things, yeah, you know. Another one was in Kabete for 3 years, and they applied for these positions, and they are claiming they were left out of interview. They were not even shortlisted. They are served in national government for 2 years under economic stimulus. Their contracts are here attached with us. They have first experience. They were even sent by the national government under the ministry to Tiati for 2 good years. They served. But when the positions of county came, they were not shortlisted. These are qualified officers. What happened? That tells you the positions were already predetermined. Those to be given were the only one they were sought. Am I wrong to say that?
To attend competitively. I know of that case. I've even handled that case before even this 123 were advertised. And we really discussed with them. 2 days ago, they were in my office. These gentlemen are only AI guys. They have done AI, and it was done competitively. Whether they were shortlisted, because the number who applied was so many, and there was a high chance of even being left out. Being employed in economic stimulus was not another advantage. Take it correctly first. There was nowhere saying whether you had a personal number earlier on will be another advantage.
I think, Chair, when we are advertising positions, that's normal. There is also an aspect of experience. Is that correct? There is an aspect of experience. These gentlemen are saying even.
I want to say the case for these 2 gentlemen is somehow unique. I think the assumption that they had a personal number, it was almost a guarantee that I'd be employed, which is not the case. I have my technical officers who went for the interview, and they did it competitively. They scored. They went for the interview. They did it competitively. My technical officers scored them, and finally a short list was provided. However, they were left out maybe because of the other guys were more qualified. So, and I think we have the documents with you. We were provided. Even the results is with the public service board. We can counter check and see why they were left out.
Or is it because of?
But not the issue of saying there was.
Or they did not have something to give out, because it's in public domain that even these positions were sold.
That one I can't ascertain. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Sialo, before we close, do you have anything to say?
Thank you, Madam. I think I just want a clarification from the Chief Officer of the CEC on some employees who are under the ESP from Mogotio. Some of them got greener pastures, and one of them went abroad, but there is no replacement yet. So I don't know why, and when are we going to replace them?
So, out of the 123, or the whole team, there are some which later on opted for greener pastures. Ivy Labat from Mokotio is one of them. And then there's another one who went for Haiti Domba for training. And then there were others who never made the minimum requirements, 2 of them. And we've made arrangements, we have done the arrangements to replace them. So it was with the Public Service Board. Like we are talking of Ivy Lagat being a graduate, we discussed at the department and we agreed that we are going to replace with several certificates. Also, of course, certificates even perform better than these other guys. So we said we were going to replace. So everything is on pipeline to replace all of them. Even those ones who never met the minimum requirement.
Honorable Sharon Keter.
Wendot, this is your, it's a question. I don't know if you know someone called Robert Kipchumba Lagat.
Robert?
Kipchumba Lagat from Emining.
Robert Kipchumba Lagat, one, this has come to my mind,
Yes.
was my student.
Yes.
Number 2, we work a lot in the field with him. I do the nutritional part with most of the vets, and I do the nutrition, they do the clinicals. That's how I know Robert, period.
Did you promise Robert that you're going to help him secure a job as animal health assistant in this?
Not at all. I couldn't promise anybody. Most of those people were employed.
So, Mr. Wendot,
yes.
The 80,000 shillings that was sent to you, what was it for? From Robert?
I never received money from Robert.
Can you?
I've never received any money from Robert.
From Robert?
No money. I think that's all the money is.
So it's
because all these people who are employed, most of them are my students. Why should I receive money from Robert?
So Robert
and
is
I
lying.
don't have the capability.
In fact, in that case, we are going to follow up with Robert and see.
So.
But if you don't have anything to do with that,
I don't have any issue with Robert.
It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
The CEO, you want to insinuate that you employed your students?
No, sorry, Madam Chair. I was just saying I'm from a background of training, and most of my trainings have been in IET's training institute, and I can attest that out of the 123, 60 could be my students. And I don't have any, I didn't have any backing. I only send my technical staff.
Noted, Honorable Loka. Let's finish as we end up.
I want to ask Waziri, are you aware of somebody called Betsy Tangut?
There was Betsy, yes, I recall.
Yes.
But I believe the service board, when they did their background check, found her not fit, and so she was not employed.
But before they revoked that appointment, she had already been posted to Marigat.
Chair, I think because they did, like reviewing again, I believe they've done their job in ensuring that they weed out someone who is not qualified.
That tells you, Waziri, there was a lot of irregularities in the process. When we say as a committee, we have a lot of information about these people. We have been given sufficient information by the members of public of Baringo County about all the employment, and this one was one of them. She was employed without money, posted to without papers, posted to Marigat, misadvised the farmers, later recalled, and the appointment recalled. That tells you how far this thing went. And I'm told she was one of your close people or staff. That's from the members of public. Do you deny or agree?
I don't know.
You don't know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is she the only one, Madam Waziri, that was recalled from the number that was employed?
I think they were.
There's Caroline Kimeto.
What happened to Caroline Kimeto?
She was not qualified. She didn't have the papers.
How did she reach to the level of being employed?
They followed
without
up,
papers?
later on we counter-checked with universities. That is what they did at the HR level. And they realized we had used fake documents.
Thank you, members. I can see, Honorable Sialo, finish so that I wind up.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask Waziri and the chief officer, when are you replacing the two? Because one of them comes from my ward, and the agricultural services are really needed in my ward, and we do not have a person who is handling such works in my ward. So when are you replacing them? And why is it taking long to replace these employees, yet we have a budget for them?
We have made a request, Chair. We have done the intent, so we are waiting.
Thank you. So I hope I will get one employee from Mogotio to replace the one who left service.
Once we are, once they are employed, yes, we will.
Specifically, because we must do regional balancing in terms of employment. So I expect one from Mogotio for that particular position.
Chair,
and even the other two for ESPs. I expect my people to get that opportunity because it was theirs, rightfully theirs.
Chair,
Thank you.
is people are our farmers, so we would want to ensure that they get the technology and the extension that they deserve once we are empowered.
Thank you, You are not on record, Honorable Sialo. Honorable Sialo?
Yes.
You've gotten the feedback from the Madam Waziri.
Yes.
Let's close it at that. We will follow it up. The Sergeant at Arm kindly escort Waziri and the team, and kindly bring in Waziri for Transport, Public Works and Infrastructure. You're allowed, Madam Waziri.
Yeah, we appreciate this session and the opportunity to be here.
Karibu.
To have a person who is handling such works in my ward. So when are you replacing them? And why is it taking long to replace these employees, yet we have a budget for them?
We have made a request, Chair. We have done the intent, so we are waiting.
Thank you. So I hope I will get one employee from Mogotio to replace the one who left service.
Once we are, once they are employed, yes, we will.
Specifically, because we must do regional balancing in terms of employment. So I expect one from Mogotio for that particular position.
Chair,
and even the other two for ESPs. I expect my people to get that opportunity because it was theirs, rightfully theirs.
Chair,
Thank you.
is people are our farmers, so we would want to ensure that they get the technology and the extension that they deserve once we are empowered.
Thank you, You are not on record, Honorable Sialo. Honorable Sialo?
Yes.
You've gotten the feedback from the Madam Waziri.
Yes.
Let's close it at that. We will follow it up. The Sergeant at Arms.
Because one of them comes from my ward, and the agricultural services are really needed in my ward, and we do not have a person who is handling such works in my ward. So when are you replacing them? And why is it taking long to replace these employees, yet we have a budget for them?
We have made a request, Chair. We have done the intent, so we are waiting.
Thank you. So I hope I will get one employee from Mogotio to replace the one who left service.
Once we are, once they are employed, yes, we will.
Specifically, because we must do regional balancing in terms of employment. So I expect one from Mogotio for that particular position.
Chair,
and even the other two for ESPs. I expect my people to get that.
How did she reach to the level of being employed?
They followed up,
Papers?
later on we counter-checked with universities. That is what they did at the HR level, and they realized we had used fake documents.
Thank you, members. I can see.
There was Betsy, yes, I recall.
Yes.
But I believe the service board, when they did their background check, found her not fit, and so she was not employed.
But before they revoked that that appointment, she had already been posted to Marigat.
Chair, I think because they did, you know, like reviewing again, I believe they've done their job in ensuring that they weed out someone who is not qualified.
That tells you, Waziri, there was a lot of irregularities in the process. When we say as a committee, we have a lot of information about these people. We have been given sufficient information by the members of public of Baringo County about all the employment, and this one was one of them. She was employed without money, posted to without.
And they gave four, yes. One of them, the officer must be on a wheelchair. Second one, the officer must be walking in two crutches, not one. And the other one, the officer must be blind. And even they specify that the officer must be having the severity of 6 out of 60, if you can see from there. So they said it must, the report must be come from a medical doctor.
Okay, maybe let's study, we'll come back to you concerning the same. Now, to CEO.
And they gave four, yes. One of them, the officer must be on a wheelchair. Second one, the officer must be walking in two crutches, not one. And the other one, the officer must be blind. And even they specify that the officer must be having the severity of 6 out of 60, if you can see from there. So they said it must, the report must be come from a medical doctor.
Okay, maybe let's study, we'll come back to you concerning the same. Now, to CEO.
And
I have very recent memory of most of the deliberations that we discussed. What I want to state is that, number one, our processes are guided by process, by technical legal counsel. The county attorney sits as a member of CHIRAC to advise us. And
the team that we're expecting now is the team from CEC Transport, Public Works and Infrastructure. And members, let me allow them introduce themselves first so that I can see whether they are all here. Madam Waziri, kindly proceed to introduce yourself and your team.
Rispa Chepkonga, standing in for CEC Roads and Public Works, is away on official duty. Allow me, Chair, to ask my team to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Geoffrey Kosgei, the Chief Officer for Roads and Transport. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Gabor John, Acting County Engineer, Roads.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Cyprian Kipsang, Fleet Manager.
The last time I checked, our CEC for Transport, Public Works and Infrastructure is Mr. Lekonaya, and as we see, is not present, and I didn't get official communication. And our CEO, we have two CEOs, who I can see one is absent. Madam Waziri, kindly walk out of this house. We cannot be doing things the way the executive feel like doing them. Our Sergeant at Arm, kindly walk them out.
Appreciated. Thank you.
Proceed, Madam Waziri. And Madam Waziri, if they had any document to table before us, kindly table it before leaving the house. Madam Waziri, kindly sit down.
They don't have any documents.
You see the level of disrespect you have to this committee. CEO Roads, kindly take feedback to your boss that we are unhappy, and we will do the necessary. Thank you. Walk them out, Sergeant at Arm. Members, we are closing officially until tomorrow, 10 a.m. And let's meet at the Speaker's boardroom. Right away, honorable members. Thank you.